Good morning, everyone. Bon matin. We're going to get started. I want to welcome everybody to the Community Service Committee for Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la Nation Algonquin Anishinaabe, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continued to nurture this land. We don't have any regrets to date, and I will ask the committee coordinator to call the roll.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Bradley.
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have no declarations of interest. And we have confirmation of the minutes for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Is that item carried? Carried. 4.1, we have an inquiry request for information on cash of lieu projects. And we don't have that request to have that lifted. 4.2, we have an inquiry for park signs, and I understand Councillor Brockington has asked to have that lifted. If I have the will of committee, is everyone amenable to that being lifted to the agenda? Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and colleagues. Good morning to everyone. Just a few questions for staff. Just to provide some context, it's difficult for members of the public, at least in my ward, to understand the dog designation of each park. And as a result, a number of conflicts happen with park users because dog owners who are enjoying the park maybe are not aware of the rules. And as I said, a number of issues happen. The reason for my inquiry was to suggest a cost-effective way to make sure the designation of each park is clearly visible. And in this case, putting a low-cost sticker on each park sign to at least indicate to the public what the designation is of that park instead of infiltrating the park with signs. The staff response basically implied this was cost prohibitive, that there isn't a problem, when in fact, we can illustrate over and over again the number of instances where this really is an issue. So I just wanted to ask staff if they could expand why installing stickers or some other cost-effective option is not viable and does not have their support at this time.
Chair, I can start with staff do not believe that stickers on park signs would be an effective way for a couple of reasons. Firstly, our park signs are not placed at entrances of parks in all situations. The main criteria for the actual park sign is visibility from the roadway. And generally not necessarily near the entrance to the park or the pathway into a park. The signs, the regulatory signs that are installed are generally standalone signs, metal signs that are placed at the main entrances to the park so that there's good visibility as people walk into the park with their dog. We're also mindful that many parks have, in some cases, 2 or 3 designations, depending on areas of the park, which with a sticker program would get fairly onerous in terms of trying to illustrate which parts of the park are allowed on leash or not allowed at all. What staff are suggesting is that we have a look at some of the sites, and what the response suggests is that we start with our 20 most problematic sites in terms of people not following the designation. The other part that we want to look at falls a bit into another inquiry, which was on what accessibility features are available for parks. And I believe it was Councillor Kitts that requested that we have a look at better representation of that on Geo Ottawa. And we think that there's an opportunity to do a better job on ottawa.ca in terms of indication of dog designations for parks at the same time that we're doing work on accessibility of the parks. Lastly, we've had fairly, with respect to stickers, a couple of things. We've had some requests to put other stickers there, and the city's visual identity calls for no alteration to park signs under the guidelines. And we have had other requests to put things like accessibility and other notices on those signs, and so far have not gone that route. In our climate, stickers have not done well in terms of weathering on signs. So for those reasons, we're recommending that we stick to the metal signs that are placed in parks, and that we work with bylaw services to enhance those signs where there are issues, and that we start to do a visual inspection of sites to make sure there's good coverage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly willing to take this offline and work with the general manager. The problem that I just boil it down to is when people enter the park, they don't know. And yes, they can go online and dig through information there, but if people show up in a park, they should know what the designation is. There should be an easy way, and whether we have conflict in Owl Park or Mooney's Bay Park or Moffat Farm Veterans Park or Carlington, the issue needs to be addressed. So I'm happy to take that offline and work towards a solution, but I wanted to raise that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, just a quick comment. It is very confusing, but one of the problems is that like a park like Britannia has multiple designations, and we have a area that is a dog park within not too far from the beach. And one of our biggest issues is that people set up their picnics in the dog park and get surprised. So it's been an ongoing problem. And we've got 4 signs at least, but they're designated. Don't go here, but but it doesn't make it clear to people picnicking that you're going to come across dogs. So we still need to work on that. So there's still some work to be done. Anyway, I know that the general manager is aware of that, and we still have to work on those issues, but we want to make it so that no one is surprised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Seeing no further questions, I understand Councillor Brockington will take this offline with staff. We don't need to receive this item. It's already been chatted, so thank you very much. Item 5.1, we have been asked by the delegation to hold it for a little bit longer due to a conflict. So we have asked staff, and we're going to hold that until after 6.1. So just so everyone knows, that'll come after the departmental items on the agenda. So we are going to go straight to 5.2, which is community-led green initiatives and garden program. We do have a number of delegations, and we do have at least a direction. But before we get there, we're going to have a presentation from staff who are going to explain a little bit more about the report and what they're recommending.
Good morning, committee. Bonjour, tout le monde. And it's not lost on us that today is Earth Day. What a great day to be bringing this forward. So happy Earth Day. Bonne journée de la Terre à tous. I want to start our presentation just by acknowledging staff. It has been a labor of love to guide the Community Garden Action Plan over the last I can't do the math, but since 2004. And I want to acknowledge staff in Community and Social Services for all the heavy lifting. I want to acknowledge Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services staff and Dan, my colleague here, for working with us over the last several months to bring this forward. Our Public Works colleagues, Infrastructure, Water Services, Strategic Initiatives who have guidance over our climate change priorities, and planning, developmental and building code services, and many other staff across the city organization. It really is an all-of-city program. I also want to acknowledge the 1,000 city community members, who participated in our engagement and consultation exercise, the many residents that have dedicated time to gardening in our community, and to Just Food, who continues to be a partner in advancing capacity for communities to access gardening. What we're bringing forward today represents a purposeful and meaningful step forward, we believe, in response to both all the community feedback and also feedback from internal city staff. So we have, as I mentioned, a long history of supporting community gardens in Ottawa. And Council in 2004 acknowledged the importance of community food gardening in particular, and approved the Community Garden Action Plan at that time, reaffirmed it in 2009. And throughout that time, gardens have grown, no pun intended, as did the demand for gardens and the complexity, both technical and otherwise, of gardening. We grew from 6 gardens in 2004, and there are over 120 food gardens in the community right now, both on and off city land, 27 on municipal land. And this was possible through the partnership and help of Just Food, who receives funding from the city to build capacity for gardening in the community through the Community Garden Network and through the Community Garden Development Fund. In Community Social Services, we did our best to shepherd the program over the years. We never had, though, the proper organizational structure or mandate required to sustain what has, again, grown in complexity and the growing demand for gardens. In 2003, Council asked us to do a review of this program and bring back recommendations for process, scope, lead and governance structure, resourcing, and to expand the scope to consider other green initiatives. Those could be food gardens, ornamental gardens, allotment gardens, pollinator gardens, and the list goes on. So we undertook a review over the last year, probably more than a year, and consultations. You can move on to slide 2. Yeah, so we undertook engagement over, as I mentioned, 1,000 residents and organizations participated and expressed clearly a desire to expand and improve green initiatives and community gardens in Ottawa, really looking and wanting more equitable access to municipal land for gardening initiatives, and more simplified processes to do so. Emphasize the need for the city to really take a more formalized and leadership approach, proactive approach, and continue to partner with the community in this endeavor. Staff in the city across all the departments that I mentioned earlier also confirmed for us that over the years, there had been an ongoing increase in desire for gardening in the community and desire for access to municipal land for gardening, and that the requests had become more and more varied and numerous. The internal staff also confirmed with us what we knew is that we really needed to tighten our program. We needed a more clear alignment to the departmental mandate, more centralized administration and intake, streamlined internal processes, and more meaningful citywide coordination in order to assess and approve access to community-led gardening on municipal land. We did an environmental scan and a municipal scan and confirmed that other municipalities in Canada, Ontario and Canada, also have community-led gardening programs with clear governance and roles and responsibilities. So next slide, please. So the report brings forward what we feel is a very meaningful response to community feedback. Does it respond to everything that people said they wanted us to do? No, but it does bring us very much forward in achieving and responding to what people said was important in this community. We have concrete recommendations. As I said, represent a meaningful step forward. And we heard from the feedback and have reflected in the recommendation a program that looks forward, that has more of a long-term view, can grow over time, that looks at streamlining our operations, expanding over time and addressing the diversity of requests, and continuing to work with key partners such as Just Food. We will look at, through this program and through the transfer of the leadership for the program to Recreation, Culture, and Facility Service, that group will look at the ability to look at gardening requests that are in the queue already and requests for other, whether it's expansion or remediation in gardens that are in the queue. These requests have not been responded to since we started the review. And I'm very pleased that the program will be transferring to Dan's shop for many reasons, but more so because the fit is right. And he'll explain that. And it enables us to really also expand the scope and respond to what the community was saying, that food gardens continue to be a priority, of course. But there are also other greening initiatives that people want to explore on municipal land. And approving this program will facilitate access, enable us to look at developing centralized communications and issues resolution functions, streamline the processes, and create a formalized internal coordination response. And so Dan's going to share more about what that will look like.
Thank you, Clara. In terms of going forward with the program as recommended coming to my department, first of all, to establish that we are not new to community gardening. We have run for several decades now the Kilbourne allotment gardens that have over 400 plots, which is a significant operation. We also operate the ethnobotanical gardens at Lansdowne Park that feature, since the park opened, examples of Indigenous Algonquin plantings and plants that are important to that community. So not completely new to gardens, although this is, understandably, gardens in communities are a bit different, and there will be certainly some things to learn from Clara's department as we take on this transition. The report identifies two phases to this, an early phase, which is really trying to set ourselves up initially for success, and then a later developmental phase that will take us to where we think this needs to grow to. In the initial phase, where our intent is to bring this into a community development unit of the department, as opposed to a park planning one. And I think the emphasis that we want to put on this is that this is working with community to deliver a program that's important to them and that has to reflect the things that they want to do. It's not so much about city leading into a specific direction. So we want to make sure that from the initial setup of this, it really has that focus on people and gardening activities and the kind of projects that they know they want to deliver. We still will have access within the department the technical expertise in terms of any park planning issues and utilities and water service, those kinds of aspects of the job are still within the department, within easy reach, but the focus, again, will be on developing partnerships with community partners. We are proposing in this report the creation of 2 new positions. So initial steps will be to hire in and have people that are good at this type of work to take on those jobs and to begin the first year of development. And we anticipate a couple of things. First of all, to start to pull together the program, the strategy in terms of the go forward, but also to begin to do 2 things. One, look at the pent up demand, and we know from Clara's team that there are requests that have been put on hold for a while, both for new gardens as well as to expand gardens, as well as to add features or amenities to gardens. So the initial thing will be to review that list and see which ones we can begin to work on and expedite. The second one will be to develop an application program, which going forward in the past, like other city processes, there has been an issue with random receipt of ideas for gardens or garden expansions. And what we'd like to do is regularize that like we have with other programs, so that, and what we're contemplating is a twice a year application process, easy to do, online, that would help to have better predictability and responsiveness to this. And with dedicated staff behind those requests, we think that we can develop a system that will effectively deal with them. Longer term, we would like to look at some more proactive things, like identifying city lands, be they parkland or other city lands, that would be ideally suited for gardening. Do they have the right sunlight? Do they have the right soil? Do they have water source? Those kinds of things, so that we can begin to create what other cities have done, is an inventory of available spots that communities who are interested could work with. The community development unit that will be taking on this work is also doing community insurance, as council approved last year, a coordinated center of expertise to reach out to communities and make sure that they are covered in terms of insurance requirements. So it will be joining that team as part of a holistic support to gardening groups, but as well the broader community groups. In terms of next steps, the transfer upon council approval would happen as soon as possible. We would move to hire the resources and have them in place within the next few weeks, and then begin the work that I've just outlined. There's a lot of work to do, especially up front, to get this going. But we think with the right resources and with the support of Clara's team, we will be able to get there, and that by year end, we should have a solid program going into the 2026 gardening season. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we move to delegations, I know we have at least one direction, and if anyone else has any motions, I'll ask folks to read them in right now. And that way, when delegations come up, they can come and speak to those items in addition to their own comments. I think our first direction is from Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Through the community-led green initiatives and gardens programs, staff from Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services will assume responsibility from the Community and Social Services Department to lead the program and approve applications for community gardens. To ensure a smooth transition, that RCF staff be directed to create a centralized resource or interdepartmental group to support the community-led green initiatives and garden program, to facilitate interdepartmental input, to maintain continuity of expertise during the transition from CSSD to RCFS, and to streamline decisions regarding community garden application. In addition, that the removal of invasive species being undertaken as part of garden initiatives be incorporated into this program and be coordinated with the work underway within Public Works related to invasive species. Oh, we've left off some of it.
So I think we're just going to get the updated version on there. Yeah.
Sorry, there's just one more paragraph. I can read it out. We can put it in after, if that's okay. As part of this work, RCFS staff be directed to report back to the Community Services Committee after 2 application intake periods or by Q4 2025 to share lessons learned during the transition period and provide an opportunity for feedback on the community-led green initiatives and garden program.
So thank you very much, Councillor Carr. I just got a note saying that we don't have audio on the YouTube feed, so we're going to just break momentarily while the more intelligent minds than mine figure that one out. So just take a 2-minute break.
Audio test for the YouTube stream. Audio test for the meeting stream.
All right, we just received confirmation that the YouTube is working. We have had that direction read in, and I know that it wasn't maybe heard correctly. What I'll do is we're going to let it ruminate. Our committee coordinator is going to circulate it to the committee members. I'm going to get staff to hold off. I know they've been working closely with Councillor Carr and that they do support the direction, but just in case anybody has any questions about it. So I'm going to get you to pause and we'll ask for your support, if you support it or any comments at the end. But it gives food for thought. Did anyone else on the committee have a motion or a direction in respect to this item that they want to read in now? Okay, seeing none, that doesn't preclude you from bringing it up later throughout the conversation. We are going to move to delegations, and I would like to invite Kath Stevenson and Kate Vigneault from Just Foods to come forward. And while they're arriving at the delegation table, I do want to note we did receive a significant amount of written submissions, which I know all of you had time to read over the long weekend, and I wanted to thank everybody who took the time to write in. Yes, we're just getting the slides up. And just to remember to all delegations, we are allocating the 5 minutes. I do suspect that committee members will have a bevy of questions for folks, so this will allow time to move through it pretty quickly. Wonderful. We're all good to go? Otherwise,
Hi, counselors. I'm joined by Kath today, the Community Gardening Network Coordinator. Kate here, Director of Operations and Neighborhood Planning. We'd like to extend thanks to staff, counselors, and residents all here today working towards formalizing the next steps. We also acknowledge that there was a community expectation for this report to be further along than it currently is, for more community engagement to have taken place since last July, and that the urgency of the moment has not yet been reflected in this process to date. Next slide. The original motion from 2023 directed city staff to bring forward formal recommendations to committee on the internal processes, scope, lead, and necessary resources for the implementation of this program. Next slide. And the report in its current state is formally recommending the lead with the shift from CSSD to RCFS and with the department-led working group as support. Processes are yet to be established, scope has not yet fully been clarified, and necessary resources cannot sufficiently be determined for the long term until the remaining pieces are in place. So we are requesting, and thank you, Councillor Carr, for bringing forward a motion for city staff to return with a progress report. I will say we would like to see it earlier than at the end of Q4 2025 to really ensure that progress continues to be made and that the timelines are kept to, as timelines are very vague in the report as is. Next slide. There is also a collective lack of clarity around the scope of this program, and we need to ensure that both the city and community are on the same page of what this program is inclusive of. Green Initiatives is a vague title that can include things like solar panels, permeable pavements, green roofs. It also continues a false narrative of a separation of interconnected initiatives that are seeking access to city land, all with a common denominator of activities being related to plants, and all of which, aside from strictly invasive species removal, have been supported by the Community Gardening Network since 1997. These include food gardens, pollinator gardens, native plant gardens, orchards, food forests, perennial bushes, indigenous gardens, children's gardens, healing gardens, and more. These activities are not separate. They require a streamlined internal process for all plant-related initiatives seeking access to city land. This should be reflected in the scope, the mandate, and the program name. I'd like to take you through some examples of these interconnected activities already happening on city land. Next slide. We're going fast through this. The Orleans Children's Garden has encroaching wild parsnip that is consistently sprouting in the garden space, and they do need to engage regularly in invasive species removal for the safety of their young participants. Next slide. Leslie Park Community Garden already has an orchard and perennial berry bushes. Next slide. The Orleans Community Garden has beekeeping, an orchard, pollinator gardens, fencing surrounding their space. Next slide. Bayshore Community Garden has fencing and a community bake oven, an incredible community asset tied to their community garden. Next slide. The Ottawa Children's Garden has fencing, they've kept bees, they have pollinator and native flower gardens, fruit trees, educational signage. We understand that their operational decisions are yet to come, but it is incredibly important that the development of this internal process recognizes that there's not a division between these activities in order to ensure a strong mandate across departments. Next slide. Last example I'd like to give is of a community garden actually not on city land. JoJo's Community Garden is located in Stittsville, and they're an inspirational site for what can be developed as an all-encompassing community asset. They have native plant and pollinator gardens, herb gardens, a food forest, fruit trees, a children's school garden, raised accessible beds for seated gardeners, a seed library, and more. Next slide. This is an example of what we can collectively accomplish through a strong, inspired, and innovative shared mandate. Next slide, please. We also just want to quickly note that there was no representation of rural or suburban communities in this report, which is an oversight that we would like to see corrected in the progress of the next steps of this report.
As a Community Gardening Network coordinator, I have the privilege of working closely with residents across this city who are willing and ready and willing to transform underused places into vibrant, nourishing spaces for their communities and fellow neighbors. Nearly every week, I find myself in conversations filled with disappointment and volunteer burnout due to extended city timelines. For some groups, they have been waiting for over 3 years, for others, even longer. Last week, a community group informed me that they had made the decision to walk away from their project, not for lack of passion, but because the city's processes have extended time and time again and remained so unclear that they could no longer justify holding on. Prolonged and unclear timelines continue to run the risk of losing invaluable volunteer time, experience, and capacity. 2025 must be the year these gardeners receive answers. Community members deserve timely communication and a clear path forward. This urgency is felt even more deeply in a city where food insecurity continues to rise at alarming rates, where timely access to land and support for community-led food production is not just important, but essential. Through bold leadership and a collaborative spirit, we know that this is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for the delegates? I see a question from Councillor Devine, who is online at the moment. Councillor Devine?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good.
Great, thank you. So hey, thank you, Kate and Kat, for presenting there. I just want to zero in on some questions about the community consultation. And Kate, you made reference in your presentation to, I think you said more community consultation was expected. So by that, are you referring to the engagement that was expected with the city's consulting of Hoffman Hayes?
Yeah, so there was the engagement period back in July with the Engage Ottawa survey, plus the 2 virtual sessions that were held. Through the development of that engagement session, it was communicated that that input was to only be very high level. What does the community want to see generally, to then come back in the fall with their operational input. That didn't happen. So that it had been planned to have in-person consultations with the community in fall 2024. And then it had been communicated that that would be pushed to early 2025. Again, that did not come to fruition. So I think there has been a large amount of community expectation to have more opportunity to provide input into some of the pieces that they had expected to come into this report at this time period, which has I believe, contributed to the amount of input that has been brought forward from the community that you would have all received over the past couple of weeks.
Okay, so I think I'm getting an understanding there of the elements of the consultation that were not held. Just so I'm clear here, were you given any rationale or any explanation why, either from Hoffman Hayes or from the city, about why those consultations didn't take place?
Not a concrete explanation. It was just the extended timelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
So based on what was originally communicated to stakeholders in terms of the expected level of engagement and the objectives behind that engagement, do you have any position or any thoughts on what the consultations that didn't take place, whether those consultations might have had a material impact on where we are with the program now and the current recommendations in the program now?
Right. I think it's twofold. So one, I believe that it could have helped to formulate these initial steps that are going to be taken from today on. These could have been, the input could have already been done from the community to have in place. But then also I think it would have made for clearer expectations from the community of what was being brought forward at this stage with the report.
Thank you. And just my last question here. I saw in your presentation, you made reference to the fact that there were no rural or suburban groups, stakeholders engaged in this. I don't know which stakeholders were engaged, so I can't verify that. But if that is so, are you aware of, are you aware of a reason why those stakeholders might not have been engaged? And B, are you aware of any organizations or groups in those areas that might have had a unique material contribution to this engagement?
So just to clarify, in terms of the reference to rural, there's just no mention. So it's not necessarily that there was no connection, but there's no mention in that representation. But certainly, actually, the garden that Kath spoke of is a rural garden that wanted to open up a new seniors learning garden that have stepped away due to the extended timelines. And they had a unique perspective in terms of implementing a new community garden in rural space.
All right. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question for you. First of all, thank you both for coming. Important to hear from Just Food. What do you think a reasonable timeline is from the moment I submit my application to when a decision is rendered?
I would imagine that if we're looking at two intake periods, that's around 6 months. And I think that's fair, given the planning, the responses that need to come back. We recognize that there may be adjustments that need to be made. We're not under the guise that absolutely everything that goes in needs to be accepted right away, and that's what our community groups have done over the years, has been to work and adapt plans. But I think that there are two good times to start new initiatives, and that is in the spring, but also the fall, to be prepared for the next season. So that makes sense in terms of timeline.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions for you. So thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts on this. I would invite Erica Shardlow from the Community Action for Environmental Sustainability, Ottawa.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. We're just, I understand you have some slides.
I do.
Okay, we're just getting that up. So if you give us 1 second. Wonderful. Thank you, Eric. I feel free to get started.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for the chance to speak this morning. My name is Erica Shardlow. I'm the Trees and Green Space Coordinator at Cafes. So we can go to the next slide, please. I know many of you know Cafes. We are an environmental network that is local to Ottawa. We can go to the next slide. And this is just a brief overview of what I will touch on, so we can keep moving on to the next slide, please. So we'll just start with some context here that, gardening is not just recreation. This is a very essential service for the community that supports climate mitigation, ecological services, biodiversity, health, culture, social capital, and more. As a community organization at Cafes, we are really excited. We're excited to contribute our skills and services, really looking forward to this new program. And we want to thank staff for their very hard work. As we all know, as we become a denser city, this has to be accompanied by proportional community green spaces. The official plan states that people should live within a 5-minute walking distance from public green space. The Parks and Rec Master Plan aims for a target of 2 hectares of park or leisure space per 1,000 people. So clearly it is a very important priority for Ottawa. Next slide. So we also want to recognize the community for such dedication to planting and caring for the lands in our city. We have been a part of some very excellent community consultations this year, led by the People's Official Plan Coalition. And we want to give credit to Just Food as well for their leadership and many years of capacity building for community gardens. Next slide. So we absolutely welcome that the report emphasized implementing a streamlined intake process for community requests through a single external facing process. This is a really important step forward. We are hoping that whether groups are interested in food gardening, pollinators, rain gardens, invasive trees, that these community-led activities will all go through the same process. Next slide. So in terms of scope, this is really important. Community-led tree planting and invasives, we feel need to be within scope and that the scope needs to be defined going forward. We were really happy to hear Councillor Carr's direction. We don't want to see gardening as a distinct activity from other planting activities. They really all go together. For example, garden plants and trees work together when growing. Edible trees contribute to food forests and food gardening. Invasive species removal needs to be accompanied by planting replacements. So we understand that while city-led forestry programs are out of scope, if a community-led greening initiative wants to plant, say, apple trees as part of their food garden, that should be okay and included in this process. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of equitable access to land and insurance definitely needs to be provided for community groups. For projects, however, that don't require, let's say, heavy machinery or power tools, can we introduce a waiver option? For example, pulling out dog strangling vine with gardening tools should be an activity that is accessible and only really requires a waiver for people to participate. We know a municipal scan was done. We wanted to highlight the Toronto Nature Stewards program, in which volunteers restore city-owned natural areas. And since 2021, when this pilot started, their program has really grown. They now have 48 sites and 172 lead stewards who run volunteer teams that plant trees, they remove invasives, pick up litter, and much more. So members of cafes are proposing that a pilot Ottawa Nature Stewards program startup that can flow through this new community-led planting portal, have a single point of contact, very standardized reporting, insurance, or waiver requirements, and that these positive experiences of the Toronto program can be designed into the operations of Ottawa's. Next slide, please. So in terms of public education, we want to open the door for community activities to raise awareness about planting, which could save the city money by forming partnerships with community who can do the delivery. So yeah, we're just seeking clarity on whether this new program will also cover community-led public education. Next slide. And just lastly, I will touch on the suburbs and rural areas, as just mentioned previously, were not mentioned in the report. Is this new program going to be citywide or just applicable in urban areas? We'd like to see a bit more thought put into how it might apply in the rural areas. Also, what about informal groups that are not incorporated? Will the application process be enabling for these groups as well? And then, of course, when ironing out the program operations going forward, which we really look forward to seeing, we hope to see very in-depth community engagement that is citywide. So if you go to the next slide, that is everything. Thank you again very much.
Thank you very much, Erica. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks very much. It's not so much a question as a comment. Thank you for your presentation today. I just wanted to respond to a couple points in your presentation. I certainly appreciate that it can be confusing from a community standpoint when we have different committees that look after different components, and give the example of the PWIC committee, which used to be called Transportation, looking after planting in the right-of-way. We have the Environment and Climate Change Committee, which looks after forestry and invasive species. And then we have the Community Services Committee, which is looking after community gardening. But I just wanted to mention that with respect to Toronto Nature Stewards that you mentioned, in the inquiry I put forward at Environment and Climate Change Committee last meeting, with respect to invasive species, I specifically asked them to look into that model, and they're supposed to come back, I believe, by June on that piece. And the fact that there's work that's undergoing on that invasive species piece is part of the reason it's premature to move programs together. I think we need to see an expansion of what we undertake for invasive species before we put things together. And also, just a note on insurance, we do have a separate initiative through the Community Partners Insurance Program where we're looking at expanding that program. There's resources that have been dedicated now, I think 2 resources. And my understanding, and I'll confirm this with staff, is that program is actually going to be located in the same area roughly under the same director as the new community gardening program. Can you just nod, Dan, if I've got that correct? So I think there'll be a greater synergy for there. So appreciate the points, but it is difficult to communicate sometimes all the things that are going on and put that together cohesively. But really appreciate the input. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Erica, you have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you. You talk about defining gardening as an essential service. What would help the city to define essential service for gardening? Because if that is a major criteria to help us move forward.
For sure. So, sorry if I understand correctly, how the city would define an essential service or how they would define gardening?
Define gardening as an essential service.
Mm-hmm. I just really think it needs to be communicated, all the benefits that gardening provides, because, you know, right now I think there is a really big culture that gardening is a hobby, it's recreational, it's something really fun. You know, we like to see pretty plants going in. I think that really needs to be shifted, especially in the language and the wording, that an essential service is something that brings, you know, health benefits, ecological services, something that really contributes to a healthier, livable, more accessible, equitable city. And in the definition, I think it needs to be mentioned that, you know, these are climate practices, these are cultural practices. It's, you know, contributes to, like I mentioned, social capital, like bringing community together. And I think working in some of that wording into the definition would really communicate it like within the city, but also to the public as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it is important to define it so that we can move forward on it. So just wanted to get your intake on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Erica, I'm not seeing any further questions for you, so thank you very much for your delegation. I'd like to invite our next delegation, Harry Fisher from the Bel Air Community Association and the Maitland Area Pollinator Project.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So I have a PowerPoint presentation that's going to go up.
Yeah, just give us 1 second. I think it should be up right now.
All right, thank you. Hello, on behalf of the Bel Air Community Association and the Maitland Area Pollinator Project group, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to delegate today, especially since it's Earth Day. Next slide, please. So the What We Learned report listed a lot of wants, needs, suggestions, but didn't really prioritize them at all. By my count, there's 109 items that were in the surveys, and it was almost painful to see that most of them were not covered in the staff report at all. Next slide. Okay, so the community engagement was pretty limited. It really only had a few recommendations come out, no real data. And I think a lot of the community groups are very skeptical of the engagement going down. So next slide. Key community requirements. There was a lot of them, like I said, 109 items. And, you know, we need access to land, we need access to water, we need storage, we need fencing, we need security for our garden areas. None of them were addressed. Next slide. As you can see in this slide, all the items on the left, the 3 recommendations from the city staff. And the next part, there are no details, no clear timelines, and no increase in funding. So that's going to put a big limitation on the ability of the community garden network to deliver all these projects. Next slide. So I'd like to speak to three additional priority items. One is the insurance requirement. Community association or the community garden insurance is great if you can get it, but not all groups have access to it. We're recommending that the city prioritize recommendation 3.1 by looking to adopt a waiver system as cities like Peterborough, Windsor, and Richmond, BC have in place. We also like to get rapid approval to the prioritization of the simplified access to city land. So if you've got to go through 50,000 hoops to just get authority to go onto some city land to remove some invasives, it's not going to happen by the community groups. And the city report in 2009 said they were going to do a streamlined assessment tool. Well, we're still waiting, and we're asking that the city prioritize the completion of this tool as per recommendation number 2. Next slide. So within the Bel Air community area, we've initiated 24 butterfly pollinator gardens, created a 700-foot right-of-way boulevard garden, and rejuvenated 10 derelict garden beds at 2 local schools. We're trying very hard to turn around and make meaningful environmental changes, but city requirements such as you need insurance, you need access documents, we have a long, complicated process are all hindering it. Next slide. So in summary, we have the responsibility and the privilege to protect, preserve, and improve our city. Our future grandchildren may be either applauding us for taking forward-thinking actions, or they're going to just complain we tinkered with the status quo. Okay? I'd also like to remind everybody that the Pollinator Appreciation Day event is on June 7th at Fletcher Wildlife Garden, and you're all invited to attend. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitcher. I do like the pitch for the event at the end. It was very helpful. I'm looking forward to attending that. I do not see any questions for you at this time. So thank you very much for attending and for sharing your thoughts on this report.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to invite our next delegation, Janet Mark Wallace. Thank you, Janet. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, Janet, if you could just press the microphone, and you're welcome to start again. Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, staff and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. A number of the points that I have are similar to ones already made, so I'm not going to go through my whole text. I'm going to flag something right at the beginning that I think is really crucial. When I looked into the Community Partner Insurance Program this spring, it specified that it must be geographically based and multi-issue. The organization that applies it cannot be a single issue group like community gardens, and it must be not draw people from a wide range outside of community associations. So I think that's a key area to fix, is to allow community garden groups eligibility for the Community Partner Insurance Program. So I wanted to say that off the bat, if that could be something that is further examined in this context. So I am a member of the Kilburn Allotment Gardens. I've been there since 2011. We saw a huge upsurge in people coming through the gardens with the pandemic in 2020. Many people came through saying, oh, I didn't even know these gardens were here. In that summer, 2020, the waiting list went up to 200 people, and that has not changed in 5 years. The staff have said that they think the number is going to go down. When the pandemic subsides, the number has not been reduced, even though each summer the city staff attempt to accommodate the new people. People who have lived in the neighborhood since the gardens opened in 1970 tell me that the gardens were once much more vast, stretching all the way to the east side of the field as well as the south side of Kilburn. Some gardeners have even found functioning plumbing among these abandoned plots in the far southeast corner near Kilburn and Hague. Each year, more buckthorn takes over in this green space to the east and the south, while 200 people wait up to 3 years at a time to be accommodated in the much reduced space where the Kilburn Gardens now operate. Each summer, those of us lucky enough to have gardens speculate with some despair at the system's inability to absorb new community gardeners. Investment in community gardens paid huge dividends in many areas that the city has identified as priorities. With the farming population aging in Canada, we need both young people and newcomers to Canada to consider a livelihood in food production. Urban gardens are a visible reminder that farming should be a livelihood open to everyone and not just those who happen to inherit farmland. Urban gardens can be part of a continuum that Just Food has identified as essential to creating a pipeline of new farmers, where someone with no background in farming can go seamlessly from balcony gardening to an allotment to the Just Food community farm to the eventual ownership of food growing land and a viable business. I've been involved with the Hillcrest High School Garden Club, and I can attest to the great potential of intergenerational cooperation inherent in community gardens. Since the Hillcrest Garden Club was founded 3 years ago, the participants of the club have often gone from coming to work sessions merely to earn their 40 mandatory volunteer hours to helping elderly gardeners in other allotments, to moving into credited co-op positions, and to applying for paid work in landscaping. There's huge untapped potential here as we bring together the muscle and enthusiasm of youth with the wisdom and experience of age. Many gardeners in the Kilburn Allotment Gardens consciously nurture a biodiverse ecosystem on their plot, from cultivating soil biodiversity through composting to planting native flowers essential to pollinators. There's huge potential here for cooperation and education around seed saving, which is the grassroots action occurring around the world to ensure that humanity maintains as broad a range as possible of seeds for food crops. This kind of seed biodiversity is the world's best insurance plan in an age of growing unforeseen possible ecological disasters. Parallel to the plant diversity in the Kilburn Allotment Gardens is an equally rich cultural diversity. Every continent of origin and every major world language is present in the Kilburn Allotment Gardens. The potential for collaboration between gardeners on the botanical, culinary, linguistic, and cultural plane is almost unlimited. The social benefits of this type of collaboration extend well beyond the growing season. Our food bank in Ward 18, the Heron Emergency Food Centre, is rumored to be the second busiest in the city. The numbers of people visiting per month is now nearing 3,000. Each month in the last year has seen higher numbers than the month before. And the property across from that food bank, 1495 Heron, is about to be redeveloped. I think there should be a village green with community gardens, community composting, and community kitchens at the center of that development. As fuel shortages, climate change, and political unrest make the global food system less reliable each year, it makes economic sense to invest in food growing as the center of our economy. For the sake of community and individual health, we need to put food growing back at the center of our culture, and we can start by investing in community gardens. Wonderful. Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Janet. Thank you for being here today. I just have two clarification points. One is with respect to the CPIP program in the community gardens. My understanding was CPIP extends to any community gardens signed up with the community garden network on both city land and off city land. Is it insurance specific to Kilburn Allotment Gardens, which fall outside of the community garden network, that you were speaking about not being able to get insurance?
So my understanding was that you don't need to be incorporated, but you do need to be a geographic community association that takes on a multitude of issues, not just a community project. That was my understanding of the criteria when that insurance program was passed. And that's what made me worry that community gardens were not eligible.
Okay, I think there's a separate stream for community garden insurance specifically. And it's not the same as the general community association, but there is work being done on that program, but I'll follow up with you offline about that as well. I'll confirm that with staff after questioning.
There's a terrible patch of buckthorn and DSV right across from the staff shed, and nobody seems to be allowed to touch it. So neither them nor us.
Okay, I will look into that separately. And I think Dan Chenier, who's the general manager of Recreation Cultural Facilities, was nodding when I said there's a separate stream for community garden, but I'll follow up with you on that, Janet. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Janet, I'm not seeing any other questions for you, so thank you very much for being here today. Our next delegation is Adrian Di Giovanni.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Adrian. Welcome. We can hear you. Yes.
Great, thanks. I was just getting online. Hi, my name's Adrian Di Giovanni. I'm from a resident of New Edinburgh, so that's Councillor King's ward. Delighted to be here today. We're a new project. It's the New Edinburgh Community Garden Project. So we're a garden on paper only. We submitted all the materials in 2023 to start. I never imagined I would be presenting to a committee of council at that time. So it's a real, an intriguing part of the journey. And so I thought today I would share a few of our experiences to help guide your deliberations. I have a message on the one hand of great enthusiasm and support, but then also to echo the call for urgency and action. And so basically, we are applying to access some park lands around the Field House in New Edinburgh Park, also known as Stanley Park. We think we found a great location. And we think we have everything in place to succeed. We don't currently have a garden in our community. We used to have one, and then we lost our community center. It was called Nectar, and so we lost access to the lands. And so we've been trying to find ways to revive that. And for us, the Field House now in New Edinburgh Park, it's the hub of really community life. It's where we run our skating rinks in the winter. I'm what's called a hoser. I help flood the rinks at night. It's the most active What's Up feed I've ever been on. It's where we have the Beechwood Market now on Saturdays in the summer and spring. It's where Santa shows up with a sled and horses around the holidays. So really typical to all communities, Halloween, Canada Day. But we don't have a community garden, and we think this would really be an opportunity now to bring in, for all the reasons you've heard. It's a way for us to deepen and enrich in community ties. It's a way to expand access to growing spaces. We've had an increase in multi-unit buildings, apartments. We have a lot of retirement residences in our community. These, really places where people live, they don't have access to green space. And we really think it's a chance to deepen awareness about local food production, environmental sustainability, all the nice things we've already heard today. As I said, we think we have all the elements we need in place. We have support of the executive of the Crichton Community Council. That's the CCC. They're the ones who hold the contract with the city to manage the field house. We have great infrastructure there to run out a garden beside it. We have a very deep bench of volunteers. Last May, we ran an information table at our annual plant sale. It's coming up on May 10th. We got 20, 30 volunteers ready to just jump in. We also have people who ran the previous gardens, so good institutional history. We already have a plan in place. It's been sitting with Just Food since 2023. And again, we feel we have a great location that balances not being intrusive to existing uses, but great sunshine and direct light. What we don't have is any clear way to move forward. We've just been waiting. We've been waiting a year and a half. Every couple of months, I write an email to Ralston King's staff. We write to Just Food, any news. And just to say, we don't take anything for granted. What we're really looking for is a way to engage the city in partnership to move forward, to gain access to the lands if we can. We don't presume we can, but we'd love to. And really to go back to where many of the gardens you've had the opportunity to set up over the last decade, where they've been, and so we can really flourish and move forward. And so that's why we're willing to road test, pilot any new program approaches that come in place, walk through the rules, feedback, whatever we have. The reality, that's the message of enthusiasm and support. We're ready to go. The urgency in action, we've lost 2 growing seasons. We're scared we're going to lose a third one. So we'd want shovels in ground by fall, or even this time of year. We could get it all set up in a couple of weekends to get planters coming in. And so really, we're here. We're waiting. We hope we don't have to wait longer. Last year, I put a small write-up in our New Edinburgh News about what we're planning to do, and we stayed quiet. And our next plant sales, May 10th. Hopefully I have some positive messages, and we do see some light at the end of the tunnel, but it does feel a bit faint. So thank you for the chance to participate and share my experiences.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Your enthusiasm is contagious. It almost makes me want to garden, but I don't have a green thumb whatsoever. You have a question from Councillor Plante.
Hi, Adrian. Thank you so much for that delegation. I don't think we've met before, but I'm just the councillor across the way on Beechwood, the better side of Beechwood. Anyway, Just wanted to say, if ever you want to meet with those who are doing the community gardens, we have some wonderful people in Sandy Hill and also in Vanier at the Richelieu Vanier Park. That's also part of a whole agreement with Partage Vanier. They grow some food there. So happy to connect you if ever they're kind of going through some of the same growing pains that you talked about in terms of demographics in the area. So happy to connect you if ever you need it. And I see also your counselor has his hand up, so I will let him have a say, Madam President, because I'm really excited to hear about everything that's going on the other side of Beechwood. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I really just wanted to thank Adrian for his presentation, and more importantly for the community's patience and perseverance. We do know that since 2019, there's been no community gardens that have been approved on city land, and that has created a real challenge for the community in New Edinburgh. And I hear it every time I know that I'm at an event. Residents asking when will a new framework be established to support community gardens. So I'm pleased that we're right on the edge of the precipice here. I'm hoping that we do have some forward momentum to really ensure that we can ensure that New Edinburgh has a place to create spaces for growing food and building more community connections, really enhancing local biodiversity, as well as really leveraging all the benefits, both physical and mental, that come from gardening. I just really want to say thank you to the wide number of community organizations in New Edinburgh that are contributing to this effort. I know a plan is in place, and I'm also bated holding my breath. I want to see this move forward, and I know that it's really an effort of a tremendous number of people in New Edinburgh. So I really just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the plan. I'm looking forward for the implementation of the plan and working with the community to make it a reality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. And Adrian, it sounds like if you invite the two councillors here, you'll have some kind of plant standoff at your plant sale. So it might increase the attractiveness of attending. So thank you very much for being here in your delegation, and have a wonderful day. I would like to invite our next delegation, Masuma Rustamzada, who I believe is online.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you. Please proceed.
So my name is Masuma Rustamzada. I'm here today on behalf of Queensway Terrace North Gardens. And since 2021, QTN Gardens has been actively working with Just Food and the City of Ottawa to expand our community garden beyond the current 6 beds. This effort has had community support and volunteer commitment and ongoing coordination, but despite years of work, we're still waiting for real action. Even more surprising is that this isn't a new idea. Back in 2016, a previous coordinator had already engaged the city to expand the garden to 12 beds, but that's almost a decade of conversations and intentions with nothing yet built. And this year, the city released the report. While we appreciate the step, the only outcome has been transferring oversight to Recreation Department. There is no timeline, no beds, just another layer of delay. In the meantime, we have a growing wait list of residents who want to garden, people who are motivated, community-oriented, and environmentally conscious, but we can't even promote the garden publicly because we simply don't have space to offer. We're stuck turning people away from something they should be expanding. To further highlight the need across the city, I'm also treasurer for Nipina Allotment Gardens, which operates 150 garden beds. And there we have 2-year wait list just to get a plot. I was able to get my plot there last year only. That's the level of demand we're seeing across the city, and that demand isn't being met. Even the city's own What We Learned report reflects this reality. 87% of residents say they want more community gardens and green spaces. The report also recognizes that many of these gardens are already on city-owned land, but are waiting for approval to expand, just like ours. It recommends making the process easier and more proactive. We are asking you to act on that recommendations, please, this year, not another year from now. So today I respectfully ask, please amend the current plan to fast track the QTN Gardens expansion, set a clear public timeline so we can move forward this growing season. Follow up closely with the Just Food and our community coordinators to ensure transparency and the progress. And finally, I ask the city to take a quick but serious look across the small community gardens already on city land. We are the land where the land exists, where volunteers are ready, and where the need is proven, like QTN and Nipin. Let's stop delaying. Let's start growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes, please.
Hi, Ms. Seema. Thank you very much
Hi,
for coming
Teresa.
out today. Appreciate it. And I recognize the frustration that QTN has been facing in terms of community gardens and their requests for other areas beyond Frank Ryan Park of city land that is currently vacant and unused and where it could potentially be for community gardens. So I just want to let you know that I'll be asking those questions to staff. And see if we can move things along. And I realize it's been years of frustration, and we want to get things moving. So thank you very much.
Thank you for mentioning that. That could be looked as well to expand in the other places in the community garden. But I think current focus is to expand within the city land that has been approved for the current beds, and we just need some more expansion, some more beds just in the current area. Thank you, Kawana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move to our next delegation, Velvet Leclerc.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm one of the coordinators of the community garden at McNabb Park. This park is located in Centertown at the intersection of Bronson and Gladstone. There's an alternate high school, a community center, an arena, as well as a dog park, wading pool, skateboard park, 3 play structures, and an outdoor skating rink. As you can imagine, this park gets a lot of use. I run a home daycare close by, and I bring the children to this park daily. Part of my job is to keep the children safe and clean up the areas that we use. And over the years, I noticed a shift in the dangerous and unsanitary garbage that I find. Please be quiet, okay, Leo? A few years ago, I had to stop the children from exploring the community garden. We used to enjoy frolicking around, watching plants in the garden grow and looking at the bugs, but we had to stop due to safety risks. The wooden boards were popping open with exposed nails, and often I would find human feces. This was back in 2021, and over the next 2 years, I observed that not all the garden beds were being used and that the repairs that were being made were temporary. So I came to the realization that the community garden had openings and I wanted to get involved. It took a while, but eventually I made contact with other people who were trying to restore the garden. They had been working on it for a few months before I got involved and were in contact with an organization, Just Foods. Just Foods helped us secure funding to restore the beds, but it's a really long process. After the funding is approved, the next step is to find a team of volunteers to do the physical labor. In September of 2023, we fixed half the garden. But by that point, the other rows of the beds were starting to fall into disrepair. So for the next year, we worked with Just Foods again, and they secured more funding and organized another team of volunteers. The final repair happened last fall. So just to recap, I started observing the community garden start to fall apart back in 2021, and this season will be the first time in 4 years that it will be fully operational. The gardeners are really looking forward to the growing season and very grateful for the help from the staff at Just Foods. But unfortunately, over the past few years, the slow disintegration of the community garden became an unsafe eyesore. The area looked like a pile of garbage, so this community started treating it like a pile of garbage. As I mentioned, needles, cracked pipes, and human feces all over the garden. The rows of gardening beds are more private, which means it's a perfect place to hide from the public. It's gross and dangerous, but part of my responsibility as a childcare provider and gardener, so I clean up their debris. And I have a feeling that the city is aware of this problem. Last fall, I observed contractors cut down the shrubs, climbing vines, and small trees all around the park. I asked the workers why and was told it was a directive from the Ottawa Police and a crime prevention strategy. But guess what? Cutting down plants doesn't stop crime. I'm still cleaning up the same amount of drug paraphernalia and feces as I did last year. Cutting away the greenery did nothing except make the park look less lively. So I ask you to shift your priorities regarding city funding and crime prevention. Drug users are part of my community and they need support. I will continue to interact with them with respect, check up on them to make sure that they're not overdosing and clean up their garbage. Please do your part as city officials and increase funding to sustain community gardens and all the green spaces. Give everyone at Just Foods a raise and hire more staff. And while you're at it, please create more funding for public washrooms. Using a toilet is a basic right. Most washrooms are for paying customers only, which leaves out a huge demographic of people, including the unhoused, the addicted, and the poor. Until you do something, they will continue to defecate in public parks, and people like me will be responsible for cleaning it up. So please shift your priorities. The next time you're faced with subsidizing a developer or a sports team or a Porsche dealership, please reconsider and think of this speech. Funding public spaces and investing in nature and greenery makes more of a positive impact on the community than subsidizing corporations. We're all living in a strange time and we need to unite with each other. Public spaces are where this happens. So please shift and prioritize where you allocate your funding. Don't know what happened here. Did anyone hear that?
I heard it. I hope everybody else heard it. I trust they did.
Okay. I don't see anybody anymore. The view changed. Okay.
Chair, can you hear me?
Get me some paper. Stop. That's on my house.
Can you give a piece of paper to me?
Can anybody hear me?
I'm not sure what happened. Did anybody hear what I just said?
Yes, we have. I believe there's an audio issue in the room. We can't hear what's happening inside committee chambers, but those on Zoom can hear. So I'll just ask everyone to wait for a moment while our IT folks sort the issue out.
Councillor Brown, can you confirm that you can hear us?
Yep, we can hear you now, Eric. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started in 1 minute.
Just confirming that we can still hear what's going on in the room, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Brown, did you say you can hear us now?
Yes, we can.
That's excellent. Okay, let's, I'm just getting people settled in the room and then we'll resume in about 1 minute. Okay, everybody, we're going to get started again.
Hi, Velvet. Can you hear me now?
Okay, so we're going, folks in the room, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to return to Velvet Leclerc. Velvet, you have a question from Councillor Troster. Can you hear us though, before we get started?
Yes, I can hear you. Did you
Okay.
hear my speech? Like I have no
Yes,
idea.
we could hear you.
Everything perfectly.
Yes.
So
Okay.
We could hear the very adorable toddlers behind you. So first,
Yeah.
I want to commend you for doing a delegation to committee while working as a childcare provider with many toddlers behind you. That deserves an award. And I also want to thank you for taking over the community garden at McNabb, which we all did notice became quite overgrown without a caretaker. I just wanted to clarify. So you said that you saw, you encountered city staff who were cutting back shrubbery and they told you it was for public safety reasons?
Yeah, that's what they told me. I asked, like it took them about a week to cut everything down. And I asked 2 different workers why, and they both said the same thing. It was a directive from the Ottawa Police.
Okay, that's really interesting. Okay, I had not heard that, so I'm going to look into that one. And anyway, thank you so much for taking over the community garden. I think in your case, you're taking over one that already exists, so you were able to do so. And I really understand the frustration from the community of folks who've been wanting to start new ones, and there's been this delay. So rest assured, I think a lot of councillors across this table want to see those gardens be able to move forward as quickly as possible. And I just want to thank you so much for taking over the care of that garden, because it's already made a really big difference. It already looks so much better. So thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. We plan on having parties, so we'll invite you to our parties.
Thank you so much, Velvet, for being here. We'll move to our next presenter. It's Lynn Patroneau from the Ottawa South Eco Action Network. And I believe, Lynn, you have slides on file, so we'll just get those set up for you.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly. So we'll just wait 1 second just until they come up. Okay. Take it away. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I'm Lynn Paddoad with Ottawa South Eco Action Network. We call it OCEAN. I live in Alta Vista Ward in Councillor Carr's ward, and I'm joining you today on Earth Day to speak about invasive plants and why and how we need to take action to remove them as part of community-led green initiatives. So a little bit of a different presentation for you. Invasive plants are spreading in Ottawa's green spaces, and their impacts to the environment, human health, and even the economy are growing quickly. This includes plants like buckthorn, dog strangling vine, Phragmites, garlic mustard, and many others. Community groups that I volunteer with, including OCEAN, the Friends of Riverview Park Green Spaces, and Wild Pollinator Partners, understand that the city has very limited resources to deal with this issue. So the collaboration and partnerships we already undertake as community-led green initiatives will continue to be critical to success. Ottawa is very fortunate to have many passionate and enthusiastic groups working as volunteers to tackle this issue, and they already include many experts. So on the slide that you can see in front of you, there's an invasion chart. You can see how costs to deal with invasive species change significantly over time with the area infested. If actions are taken when there are very few invaded areas, control costs are reasonable, and it's possible to prevent spread and even eradicate the plant. The longer we wait to tackle the problem, the larger the infestation gets, and the more expensive it is to manage. We can move to the next slide. A 2020 study of costs to Ontario municipalities and conservation authorities showed that of the estimated $50 million spent per year, about between 50 and 85% was paid to contractors. Not always money well spent. Next slide, please. The contractor that was hired for a year to manage buckthorn in Ernie Calcutta Park in Ottawa South cut buckthorn trunks, but appears to not have followed accepted protocols to prevent suckering. Community groups pointed out that the regrowth was occurring in the next year, but were not allowed to be involved. And after the contract was done, sadly, the trees grew back. Effective invasive plant removal needs ongoing stewardship and following the latest science. You've heard from a couple of folks about Toronto Nature Stewards. This group, I've reached out to them personally, and they're open to sharing the materials and processes with us. We don't need to start from scratch. Ottawa already has many community groups who've had signed agreements with the city for several years to remove invasives. In several places, they replant native plants so that the disturbed area does not simply fill back in from the invasive seeds bank. Next slide, please. Ongoing stewardship is needed for several years, so involving local residents and community groups is needed. They know the sites, we visit regularly, that helps us ensure positive outcomes. In Alta Vista, both Riverview Park and Alta Vista Community Associations have been removing buckthorn and dog strangling vine. You can see in slide 4, dog strangling vine, DSV, has been spreading along sidewalks, paths, in hydro corridors, along streets, in planting beds, city parks, as well as in NCC spaces. In our community, it's mostly on the edges of the spaces, and we can probably still control it, but we do need to act now. If you can move to the next slide, there are also many other areas where invasive ground covers like goutweed and periwinkle have spread from gardens into natural spaces and parks, either directly from garden waste dumping or through animals moving berries and seeds. Let's not wait until we're too far down the invasion curve to make a difference in our communities. We need to work together to raise awareness with residents about invasive plants. The city made a great start with its list of prohibited plants for residential boulevard gardening. There are also many grant funding sources available only to municipalities. Community groups can work collaboratively with the city on grant applications, leveraging hundreds of free volunteer hours. This is a big unrecognized cost saving for work that needs to be done but isn't budgeted. These are in-kind contributions that should be recognized when we assess environmental impacts. And we really do need a single streamlined approach to steward city land, not a separate one for forestry and for other departments. It needs to facilitate action and remove impediments. Community groups have demonstrated we have the needed knowledge, and we already network and share with newer groups. We can develop templates, we can list invasive plants and removal methods, develop accepted lists of native plants that can be used. Trusted groups can be more effective with ongoing agreements rather than needing to renew every few years with all the time this entails for staff and volunteers. We can work together to get things done rather than on more process. So I thank you very much for letting me speak to you, and for Just Foods and Cafes and other folks in the People's Plan Coalition for bringing together community voices so that you can hear that we really do stand together and appreciate the work and the networking that we do on this file. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lynn. You came right down to the minute. Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Hi, Lynn. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming out today. And I appreciate how much work that you do in the community on removing the invasives. I know that there are 12 stewardship agreements that exist with forestry to remove invasives. And my ward, as you mentioned, has 2 of those, one with your group and one with Alta Vista Community Association. So I know we're very actively involved in it. I know there's disappointment in the community that that the removal of invasives and the community gardens are not being packaged all together. And I will say that I do take a little bit of responsibility because I put that inquiry into Environment and Climate Change Committee last month, specifically looking to expand the current invasive species program to look at many of the elements that you mentioned today. So including looking at a program like Toronto Nature Stewards, which I explicitly mentioned in the inquiry, as well as expanding educational efforts, expanding tools to identify and map the invasive species. And so I think I probably caused a little bit of the problem in that staff agreed to come back by June, reporting back on what could be done and what it would cost to expand that program. So that work is staying in Public Works for now. But I recognize that when we remove invasive plants and plant pollinators on top of them, for example, that is, 2 different activities. one could be considered community garden, one can consider invasive. But I have talked to staff about this numerous times. I think they know me as the invasive plant counselor, to ensure that, you know, it is seamless for community groups, because we do want that, and we want to certainly expand your ability to have stewardship on that land and remove that, because I think we all know, I mean, I personally know how many thousands of hours have gone into restoring our green spaces in Alta Vista because of your efforts. So thank you very much for coming out today, and I'm happy to have a sideline discussion with you on this with OSIN or Riverview Park as well. But really appreciate all the work, and I know that I'm committed to getting more funding for the invasives too, to make it better. So thank you.
Thank you, Marty. It's they are the approach of going into parks and green spaces that are, you know, not a space limited issue, that they are much broader, and there could be invasives everywhere and replanting needed everywhere. So it's different from gardening, but there's so many overlaps as well with the sorts of things that we need. So it'll be interesting to see how we can come up with approaches that are coordinated but separate, if that is indeed the way you end up doing it. One window is easier for us if we can do it. So looking forward to hearing that, but we want to get on the ground where we like to get things done, and I know you do too. So thanks so much.
Thank you for being here, Lynn. We'll move to our next delegation. It's Rebecca Last from the Michelle Heights Community Gardens. And I see, Rebecca, you're online.
I am. And give me 1 second while I pop up my little speech here. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be heard today. J'aimerais commencer par mentionner que Michelle Heights Community Garden se trouve dans Bay Ward et qu'au fil des années, nous avons eu la chance de bénéficier du soutien actif du conseiller Kavanagh. So big thank you to Councillor Kavanagh for all her support over the years. Michelle Heights Community Gardens are one of only 27 gardens based on land owned by the City of Ottawa. That's out of over 120 community gardens throughout our area. Our gardens began about 20 years ago. I've been gardening there since 2013. And in response to demand over those years, our gardens have expanded within their original footprint several times, and we now number over 40 garden plots of various sizes. Our gardens are located in a public park space that is used by community members for dog walking, children playing, and as a shortcut for pedestrians traveling from Carling Avenue to Grennan Avenue. Over the years, this frequent traffic has exposed our gardens and gardeners to a range of threats. For example, we no longer purchase power tools, as these have all been stolen within a few weeks of purchase. We often find litter, including broken glass, in the garden plots. Theft and vandalism are regular occurrences. Many of our gardeners have been forced to erect temporary fences to protect the food plants they are growing. As a gardener, I can tell you there is nothing more heartbreaking than struggling all season to grow melon or squash, only to find the nearly ripe fruit smashed to pieces by neighborhood children. Signage for our garden is regularly destroyed or stolen and needs to be replaced every year or two. A new sign costs us about $250. Vandalism has included leaving hoses running full blast at night, resulting in significant waste of water and cost to the city, which graciously pays for our water. In response, we installed tap locks a couple of years ago. These were destroyed within one season by vandals and have now had to be replaced. The average annual cost of replacing signs, tools, and other items is about $400. This doesn't sound like much, but it is a significant expense comprising more than 20% of our annual revenue, which is only about $1,800 per year. Theft and vandalism are annoying, particularly since Ottawa Police Services seems unwilling or unable to act in any way to curb this behavior. However, recent interactions have risen to the level of criminality. During a very dry September 2 years ago, Vandals set fire to some hay that was being used as mulch by one of our gardeners. Fortunately, the fire was spotted and extinguished before it could spread to nearby housing. It's not only children who steal and destroy our food. Their parents often arrive in twos and threes with shopping bags so they can help themselves to fresh produce from our gardens. When confronted by our gardeners, these individuals behave aggressively, shouting, threatening, and in a few cases, assaulting our gardeners. Again, police reports have not resulted in any meaningful action. As a result of these disturbing interactions, our gardeners have quit because they feel unsafe or were discouraged by the unremitting theft and vandalism. Our garden has repeatedly requested police assistance. None has been forthcoming. We have repeatedly requested permission to build a perimeter to protect our gardens, whether a built fence or a thicket of shrubbery. Both requests have been denied. Now that the City of Ottawa has completed its Community Gardens review, we urgently request that Michelle Heights Community Gardens request for protection from theft, vandalism, and criminal harassment be granted. Please allow us to fence our gardens. Thank you.
Rebecca, you have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Please go
Rebecca.
ahead.
Hi, thanks for all you're doing, not just at Michelle Heights, but your advocacy for community gardens overall. I really appreciate it. And of course, I am aware of the issues at Michelle Heights, and I will be asking questions to staff on what we can do on these cases. You're not the only one. I know that there's other community gardens that have had issues with vandalism. I know Bay Shore has had some issues as well, for example, and there's probably across the city. That we need to continue with community gardens and find a way and find a balance. There's obviously social problems in the community, and we need to address them. I'm certainly going to raise it with Ottawa Community Housing as well. And perhaps it may need more expansion because if it's so limited, maybe there's a lot of people that would like to have a community garden that do not have one right now. So there's obviously a waiting list, and I know that it's a very popular garden and it's a very valuable one. So thank you for your delegation and raising these concerns. It's very important.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Rebecca. We will now move to our next delegation, Christine Johnson. Oh, you just have to press the bottom button. You'll see it turn red. There we go.
Thank you.
Perfect. Welcome. You're ready to go.
Just a moment, please.
Almost ready to go.
I'm just going to ask whoever's controlling the slides. Is it you, Eric? I did figure it out. Okay. I'm going to ask you to, as soon as I introduce myself, just to skip over to slide 3 because slide 2 is my introduction. Okay, now you can start the timer. Hello, my name is Christine Johnson, and I am an active member of the Hunt Club Community Association. I have read the report along with all relevant documents reflecting community input. The amount of effort that has gone into these documents, both by city staff and community members, is commendable. I am going to share my own experiences with community gardening initiatives, both failures and successes, with the end purpose of asking the committee to consider some possible suggestions to the report, specifically as relate to community gardens. This is slide 3. First, failure. In 2014, due to a denied request to access city water nearby, we were unsuccessful in creating a community garden in Cahill Park. Next slide. First success. Between October 2019 and October 2020, we successfully created a community garden at 3347 McCarthy Road with the help of the Just Food Community Gardening Network and our Hunt Club Community Association. We secured land and water, recruited volunteers, got insurance coverage, designed and built our garden, and enjoyed our first vegetable harvesting season. Next slide. Most striking about this first success was the ease and speed with which it all came together, thanks to the goodwill and generosity of the church pastor, giving us access to land and water. Aside from contributing to food security, this activity was truly transformative as a community engagement project, enhancing well-being for all involved. Second failure, 2023 to 2024. We're on slide 6. After securing interested community members to build another community garden, my attempt to get permission to access the identified vacant city land and the nearby water source on city land proved completely unsuccessful. I was bounced from a city councillor to a city staff with CSS to Just Food to the manager of RCFS. That is when our request fell through. The quoted estimate of the cost to access the water was between $50,000 and $70,000. Prohibitive. I was told that the site we had identified was also designated as a safety zone in case a baseball would fly over the adjacent baseball diamond. The RCFS manager also explained to me that although his department was responsible for city parks, it was actually the CSS department that had the lead on community garden initiatives. That struck me as dysfunctional and guaranteed to fail. And second failure continued. What was evident here was the frustration of both the CSS staff and the Just Food staff at the lack of a streamlined city process to facilitate the startup of community gardens by interested community groups. They were both 100% committed and really wanted to facilitate the process. Next one. There has been far too much time lost already on an apparent inability to coordinate a viable community garden partnership between the city and interested volunteer groups. The community interest is there. We have an ever-growing membership on our Hunt Club Food Security and Community Garden Interest distribution list. What if, with some creative ideas and budgeting, would it not be possible to plan to have a community garden installed on every city site where there is also a skating rink, therefore a water source? In winter, the water would be used to flood the ice. In spring, summer, and early fall, the water would be used to water the garden plots, only on an as-needs basis when rain barrels would be empty. What if this were mandated as part of this report? Wouldn't it be a forward way of thinking and planning as part of a solution to deal with the likelihood of an ever-increasing food security needs? And so, a leadership partnership with shared authority and responsibilities might look like this. Gosh, I hope that's big enough for you to read so I don't have to read it all. But on one side is city staff, authority and responsibilities. On the other side, community volunteers, authority and responsibilities. So just take a look. I don't know where my time is, but I'm almost. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you for listening and for carefully considering our suggestions for a clearer and more streamlined process for a partnership between the City of Ottawa and volunteer community groups to start building community gardens all over our great city. Thank you for contributing to food security, civic participation, and community well-being. Voila. Did it.
Thank you, Christine. You did it like a pro and you kept us engaged. Thank you very much for that. And the cat graphic at the end, very helpful. You have a question from Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your presentation this morning. We appreciate it. Certainly as a past president of the Community Association, very engaged. I think you have a lot to share with us today. You referenced Cahill Park at the first half of your presentation. How long was the total engagement by the community on Cahill Park before they abandoned that project?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Brockington. It was over a year, not by much, but okay, so I will round it up to 14 and a half months. Okay. Going from 2023 into sorry, was that the right one? No, sorry, I'm back. Oh, yeah, I'm talking about McCarthy. So it was the first one. Well, what were my dates? It was before we did ours at 2019. So it was probably 2014 to 2015. I'm so sorry. I do have that information on the slides. Yeah, and there was another little glitch because we weren't successfully able to access city water. We then figured out that there was a water tap on the side of one of the units of the complex, the condo complex adjacent to the park. Unfortunately, and we were quite prepared, and we had explained to them, we'll reimburse them for any water use. And anyways, we'll have rain barrels. But all it took was for one ringleader to gather a few others around and to lead up and what's it called? NIMBY coalition against the idea. And so between those two things, not able to access city water and then prevented from accessing the other option, it was quelled.
Thank you. I looked at my notes the other day, and your predecessor, Mr. Wade, who led the application for Cahill Park, spent 4 years before he abandoned that project. So when you considered the church on McCarthy, how long did that take?
From inception, and I mean the envisioning of the project, to the first harvesting season, it took a year. And I want everyone to understand, we built that garden from scratch, no machinery. We turned over the sod, the garden. Councillor Brockington, I think you saw it in action. It was tremendous hard work, but the actual building of the garden took us a month and a half. It was fantastic. And we're starting our 6th season, well, imminently.
So just, I guess, a final comment, the struggles of the community to access and gain permission to build on city land were abandoned after 4 years. And after discussing with the church, approval was granted in 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And then they built the garden, and as what the delegate said, had success there. So there's got to be ways to speed this up. Will you at least acknowledge that the recommendations before us today are a step in the right direction?
100%. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brogan. Oh, we have one more question for you, Christine. Don't run away too quick. We have a question from Councillor Plant.
Hi, right over here. Thank you so much for your comments. I actually want to come see this garden now. It sounds really lovely. I would love that. I was just wondering, could you just clarify a bit? You, Councillor Brockington unpacked it a little, the timelines. You said you tried to get this garden started in 2014, but it's not clear to me if you've, like, are you at the end? Are you done? I'm just wondering if you could clarify that, please.
We just dropped it. You know, we all have our tolerance levels for discouragement, right? I won't say more.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We had one delegation who had to step away. So Mr. Ridley has submitted his comments just for members to know that they are available within the written submissions. And we are at the end of our delegations now. So I'll invite staff to come back up. You're back on the hot seat. And as they get positioned, I do want to revisit the direction that Councillor Carr had read in. And I believe it's been circulated, Eric. Okay, so everybody's had a chance to see it. Wonderful. And so I'll now ask staff, are you willing to accept this direction and support of it?
Chair, the intent of the direction is good. I just wanted to check with the councillor that brought it forward whether 2025 was intended, because it makes reference to after 2 intake cycles, which clearly in 2025 we will not have had. Was that intended to be 2026 is the questions, to allow for what we hope to be is one at the end of this year and then a subsequent one in 2026. And I'm just trying to reconcile whether that date is correct. The intent is fine.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I think we want it after 1 cycle. So, yeah, I think we want to get the lessons learned from there. Sorry about that. Cutting and pasting. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll amend that on the direction, but our staff
Yes.
going to accept. Okay. Okay. And so we'll go to questions to staff. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to thank all the delegates who came today. Gardeners certainly are passionate about what you do, and I'm really thankful for that. Look, we've heard that there are projects that have been sitting on ice for years because we closed the intake process. I understand it's going to take some time to hire 2 new staff members, which I think is a step forward to have dedicated staff associated with this. But do we have a sense of what the realistic timeline is and how we can fast track the approval of those proposals that have been waiting for so long?
Chair, I hesitate to give a precise timeline. What I can say is that we'll make best effort to get started as soon as we've hired the staff this year. There may be some, and I understand that there's a combination of new gardens, of expansion of gardens, and then of requests for things like fences and sheds and those kinds of things. And I don't know the complexity of each site and what it's going to take to resolve those in a final way. But that will be one of the priorities, is to focus in on those before we invite new projects, because we understand there is a bit of a backlog. Clara's staff will share with our staff what those are, and we will begin to look at those very promptly.
Okay. I certainly hope we can do that as soon as possible, because it's such a shame to hear that other groups abandoned their plans and looked elsewhere. My other question is, so my understanding is that through Just Food, through our funding of Just Food, the city is able to support community gardens that are not necessarily on city land. I just wanted to ensure that this would continue, because as you've heard, a lot of volunteer gardeners looked elsewhere, and it might be adjacent to city land, it might be hydro land, it might be church land, but there is a need for that coordinating function and for that general resource. So are we still providing that? And if so, is it through Just Food or is it through some other way?
Chair, the intention is to continue the partnership with Just Food. Right now, through the community funding framework, we fund Just Food for manage the community garden network. So that's a network of community gardeners that can come together and build their capacity and knowledge and answer questions about gardening. And we also fund them to administer a community garden development fund, which is a startup fund, if you like, or funding for other elements of garden enhancements that gardens may need or gardeners may need. The intention is to continue that partnership.
Okay, that's great. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the gardeners who garden at Dundonald Park, often under very difficult circumstances, to the new group that took over at McNabb. And there's also a new community garden called Sweet Willow Community Garden, which I believe is on a piece of empty developer land. But, you know, people are really, those are just a few of the community gardens in my ward. There's also Nanny Goat Hill. So I'm really optimistic about this project going forward, and I'm just really hoping that we can clear the backlog as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I have a few quick questions. Thank you for this report. Very much looking forward to moving forward on having more gardens on city-owned land. We've heard people concerned about the backlog and wanting to get moving. Can I just clarify, do we expect that we'll get through the backlog this growing season?
Chair, I have not seen the backlogs, so I would be speculating. I think there are perhaps some that we can get done this year because they're perhaps easily resolvable. But I hesitate to say more than that because I suspect there may be more complex ones that will take where next spring might be a more reasonable horizon. But I really don't know. So I'll say we will do our level best to assign and look at those as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. So you wouldn't anticipate that the new group would be able to identify any new lands this year because primarily you're going to be working through the backlog, correct?
Yes, the focus initially will be on the backlog, and as I said, there's a combination of what those are, from completely new gardens to expansion, adding plots to existing, to more site amenities and getting permission to do those on the site. And the complexity of those likely varies significantly. So we'll have to know more, and we'll get a better understanding once the program actually comes over to us.
Okay, thank you very much. So one of the items that we heard about was that folks were concerned that other elements that are within the scope of gardening, but not specifically the act of gardening, such as fences, movement of sheds, watering, I think I heard composting. Will this address all of those elements then when you receive an application?
That is the intent. We understand that some of the frustration doesn't necessarily just reside with a go, no go in terms of the site, but also in terms of what we will actually allow there. If I am reading what people have told us, they want us to take a more permissive approach to allowing these things on the site. So we will have to find, the happy balance of what we can allow. But that will be early work to try to resolve that so that it doesn't become an impediment going forward.
Thank you. The interdepartmental working group, when a piece of land is then selected and people are granted permission to plant on it, how do you foresee the communication to the rest of the community that this garden will now be on community land? Do you see that as something going through the councillor? Will it be on Engage Ottawa? And I ask because I'm a big fan of giving access to land, but in some cases, when you've got community groups butting heads, I think it's happened to all of us around the table, and ownership, how will that be managed?
Chair, we haven't fully fleshed this out, but I see it very much along the lines of what we've adopted for CIL projects or community partnership projects, because in essence, they are somewhat the same. We're adding something to a city park. And in that case, we've looked at three key things: the ward councillor, the local association, and adjacent properties as kind of touchstones to make sure that there is supports. And so usually we would start with the councillor. They would work with the association to get a sense of it. And from there, depending on the site, in some sites, proximity to neighbors is not an issue, but in other sites it really is. And so in terms of the straw dog of that, I think it will look like that.
Okay, thanks. And I think in some cases, even bylaw with encroachment, those sort of issues will come up as well. It was mentioned earlier today about the Kilbourne allotment gardens. Will that program continue to remain separate and administered separately?
Chair, for the foreseeable future, yes. It seems to be working well. It has its intake process. Certainly for this year, we're well down the road. We can look at it to see how it fits and how knowledge and support for that program can be applied to other sites. But at this point, we have not. As a phase one, we're not looking at any significant changes to Kilbourne.
Okay, thank you. And then last question, I'll get back on the list. If needed, the garden proposal is intended to cover off all gardens, whether they're food gardens, ornamental gardens, pollinator gardens. Is that correct?
Yes, this unit would take on the relationship for which we already have. We've done pollinator gardens, we have done floral gardens. Councillor Troster mentioned Dundonald Park earlier. We've worked with that group. We've worked with a Rockcliffe group doing the gardens in Rockcliffe. So it brings together much of the same issues. It's really what people want to do and what they want to plant and those kinds of things. So we see it all sitting in one spot.
Okay, great. So if there was ever a proposal for a large-scale botanical garden, would that also fall within this scope?
We have had discussions, Chair, with the botanical gardens people. They were not looking for our expertise. They were looking for land. They were looking for 50 acres of land, I believe. We were part of those discussions and probably would continue to be in terms of if they're looking at parkland, or probably less so if they are looking at federal lands, which I believe was the case last time I spoke to them. Certainly can be an access point for if they're reaching out to the community, the gardening community, that kind of thing. I don't see them playing an active role in actually supporting a national botanical garden.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How many seconds do I have?
Maybe we can
move.
You're a little bit over, so we'll just keep going through, and then if you want to get back on. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I'm very excited by what is said in the report. I think we can all agree that we're a bit disappointed with what isn't in the report. I do wonder if you can help us to understand how it's taken 2 years to say that we are going to have the process come later or more to come. It feels, especially with hiring an outside consultant and having expenses there, it feels like quite a long wait for what isn't a very beefy report.
Chair, it's taken 2 years with ongoing and constant engagement through Just Food, with the community, establishing the process for review, bringing that, receiving the direction from council, setting up the process to undertake the review. All of this has taken a significant amount of time, but it's not in absence of ongoing communication with the community. And so what has also taken a significant amount of time is to work through establishing this internal partnership and the governance. And that takes some time in our corporation. We engage with 50 staff from across, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, multiple departments, and that takes some time. The work that we've done together in the last 6 months has been quite pivotal in establishing the direction forward in this report. And we do feel that when you look at what was heard or what was learned document, that we've addressed a significant amount, and from what we heard today from delegations, we've addressed a significant amount of the concerns: a streamlined process, equitable access, quicker access in a department that has the purview over parkland, insurance, facilities, all of those things, and a formalized process to bring us all together under a formalized departmental working group to continue to work together. We have never adjusted from the partnership with Just Food. They continue to provide and have continued to be active in the community, providing the work. And no, we haven't approved any new gardens since 2019, but the gardens that were pre-approved have gone through. So other gardens have been established in the interim. So work has continued while we did our due diligence to establish the program. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't dispute that a lot of work has happened here and that you have, since 2004, been taking on a project that has had no home really, and trying to steward it as best you can with the resources that are given to you. What I'm hoping for in this case is that it's an example of when we go slow to go fast. So often, you know, you're doing the work to try and put the foundation down so that when we launch, the waiting is over and that we can expedite a lot of this work. So perhaps we can frame it as that idea, I hope. So in that sense, I understand that we don't have an idea of how quickly we can move through the backlog, but I wonder if perhaps as an additional piece, or perhaps it's already implied through the direction, when we report back under that interdepartmental group that we have the numbers, we can understand how many are in the backlog and how we're advancing on those numbers, be able to bring forward some kind of tracking over the course of the reporting back. Would that be amenable?
Yes, Chair, we will paint that picture as part of our report back.
Okay, tremendous, because I do think that the numbers will be very valuable here, and being able to break out as certain delegates have described, you know, expansion versus new versus whatever that are in the backlog. I think that might be an interesting way to parse it out as well. If perhaps expansions for well-established gardens are traditional, like are seen to be quicker to take on, perhaps, as you do the more fulsome review, maybe you can bang out a few of those and even it out across some of the other actions. So I think that will be very helpful. Just as my final piece, I wonder if we can focus on the liability aspect of it, because I know that is very much of interest. I think people just want to be able to plant some stuff in the ground. And, you know, as my fabulous resident Harry Fisher often likes to say, really all we need is the water and the soil and the sun. Perhaps we don't need the $5 million liability insurance in order to get those plants to grow. They don't grow better or worse when they are insured. So can you help us to understand how in the new community development team, which, you know, my spidey senses are tingling. I love that team. I'm glad to see it grow. How we might see that insurance and liability shift over time.
Thank you, Chair. And in fact, the community development team is the team that is taking on the current implementation of the CPIP insurance program for the community associations. So since January, when we brought on staff to do this, they have been busy bringing on all of the community associations that are geographic in nature. That is the reference, I believe, that the speaker this morning, the delegation, was talking about. And that is perhaps part of the confusion, is that we have been going out with quite a bit of public information in terms of bringing those groups onto the program as per Council's directive. That is separate and apart from what we do with outdoor rinks and what we do with community gardens. That are on city land, and we're only talking about the 27 or so that are on city land, where as part of their contract with the city to be on city land, they benefit from the liability insurance. So we will make sure that that is clear for the groups. The other part, it relates to the $5 million requirement, which over the years had become a standard requirement as lawsuits continued to escalate. We did, if you recall, our discussions about insurance for community groups late last year. The city solicitor did undertake to review risk associated with various activities and adjust that to more properly reflect. That is work that isn't completed yet because we've been focusing on bringing people on. That was the job one, because that needs to all be done by July 1st. So that as that work gets completed and winds down, we will focus on trying to align risk with a reasonable amount of liability, whether it be 1 or 2 million or whatever the experts tell us. Work to be done, but again, part of this community development team, the 2 new staff will join people that are already immersed in the insurance file, and that is one of the issues we will resolve.
Okay, very good. I know when we were establishing the CPIP program, some of the anxieties around that was that we had, over 6,000 groups that were essentially eligible for insurance. Here we've, through the new CPIP as defined, have reduced the eligibility for that insurance. Here we're going to talk about making sure it was for community gardens, which was very clearly established through the CPIP conversation too, that was an aspect that we need to protect. But I don't want to create, a vulnerability for CPIP more generally if we find that we want to expand insurance coverage for, other types of groups. So having an understanding that this is focused on city-owned land groups, doing that kind of work through the engagement of community groups insofar as the CPIP more broadly, I'm comfortable with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you that this is being made a priority. I really appreciate it. Bay Ward has been very active in terms of community gardens. We have established gardens, like you heard from Michelle Heights. We have ones that are established that are not on city land, such as the Wood Park Garden that is on NCC land. And we have ones that are waiting. I was just at George Brown Park on the weekend for Easter Bunny hunts, and they are absolutely keen to start their garden, and we're hoping for this year. I realized that there's a backlog, but what can be done this year? Queensway Terrace North is a good example where they have an established garden with only 6 beds. And what can be done this year for a place that's already established?
For the sites that are already established, we will, as I mentioned, we will look at that as a priority to see if through requests for expansion, whether those are low-hanging fruit. And I say that with all caution, not knowing why they hadn't gone ahead before. There may be things that influenced that. But for those, the commitment is that we will go and look at all of those and see if there are ways to move them forward.
Appreciate that. It's been raised that the definition of community gardens is that they're an essential service. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, Chair. Can you, the question?
Can we define community gardens as an essential service?
We would have to take that back and to understand exactly what an essential, how an essential service would be defined under that context. I think so much of the work that we do across multiple portfolios can be considered an essential service. And under the poverty reduction strategy, the community safety and wellbeing plan, we refrain from picking and choosing what's essential over other really pivotal and important community initiatives. So I think what you're hearing in the room and what you're seeing from the 2 general managers sitting here is that we are committed to bringing forward a program that can be sustainable within the context of council's priorities, our budget realities, and our operational work plan realities. And so I refrain from using the word essential. Is it important? Yes, that's why we're here.
Okay, we'll work on that. This has been raised, and that's why I asked delegation from cafes on that, because they've raised that. But it is something that's just beyond growing food. And right now, with the current situation, local is super important. And growing food locally, we started during the pandemic when people had that feeling that they should have something local. But now with the political climate, it's even more important. And I think there is pressure that way too, that people realize that that's important. But beyond that, my own observation of community gardens is mental health. They are very valuable. And they are an important outlet for social connections and for personal mental health. And so that's why I see them as being highly important. And I think we have to keep those observations in mind when we're looking at them. They're just more than growing food. Hence the frustration when they get held up. what is our, in terms of expanding on, one of the things that was raised for QTN was vacant lots, not parks. And can we see some movement on that? So that's beyond your general manager role of parks, but on vacant lots. And you know the one I'm talking about, because there's vacant lots that are just along Carling Avenue that are just collecting garbage, really.
Agreed. And yes, the intent of this, and I think I've spoken to this at the individual meetings we had with councillors, the facilities part of our CFS does include a broader landlord function for a variety of city sites where there is a user, whether it's fire department, childcare, or other operators. But we also hold that general property oversight piece. So we're happy to look at non-park sites that are in city ownership and to work with whoever the host department might be in terms of that. We are sensitive to the fact that some have future plans for these things. In the case of the lot you're talking about, it is a bit of a mystery to me as to why that has not gone forward in the past. And we're happy to look at those. Those will not be excluded.
I appreciate that very much. And do we have a working relationship with the NCC as well for coordination for community groups, for community gardens?
We have a relationship, Chair. It's how it works will depend. I mean, land use issues with the NCC is continues to be something that we're working on. We do have NCC land that is leased by the city and hosts gardens. Those are one of the things that we need to look at as the NCC looks to renew those leases and those kinds of things. So there are relationships there, and we are talking to them, and we'll continue to try to do the best we can to make sure these kinds of gardens can happen there and stay there when they're already there.
Thank you. I think the most promising word I heard from you was proactively, when you were talking about scouting ahead and looking at areas ahead of time. I think that's really, really valuable, and I think that shows a commitment. So I appreciate that comment, and I'm hoping that we can move as fast as we can on these requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I'm curious, you had mentioned, so at the very beginning of the presentation, it says we're shifting this from community services towards into our CFS. How is it managed in community services right now? Like, is it more of a side of desk thing, or are there dedicated staff?
Chair, thanks for that question. When it first came to community and social services, it didn't come with a particular budget or staff resource, if you like. So yes, it's been part of the community funding framework team traditionally. And one member of the community funding framework would take lead to assist Just Food, essentially. So the person who would manage that funding contract and that relationship with Just Food would also work with Just Food on accessing internally the departments and the information that community gardens would need to access in order to move forward.
Okay, thanks. So I guess, yeah, it's nice to see that there will be some dedicated resources to this, because in the suburban communities, like in my community, there have been demands for some community gardens, whether it's on city or private land. I don't remember how many, but there certainly has been. Is it fair to assume that there will be another committee update when this is? I know the second recommendation is to give you authority to develop and implement, but will there be another update for us before the implementation, post development?
As I understand it, the directive to staff is to report by the end of this year, which will give us time to hire the new staff, set up the initial pieces of the program, look at the priority list that Claire's team will hand off to us. And as I said, we will try to paint a picture of where we're at by the end of Q4 of this year.
Okay, thank you. Third question is, I know there was a question earlier about the types of gardens that this would cover, like food gardens, pollinator gardens, etc. Will this also include the little community gateway features that are fairly common in suburbs that were built in the 80s, 90s? So like the little things that say, for example, my ward, Chapman Mills, and then underneath is what is objectively now just a scraggly bunch of weeds, but at one point there was definitely some ambition in maintaining it and having it look nice. So will those features be part of, do you anticipate those features to be part of the permissible lands?
Chair, if a group wanted to do a planting, and some of them were designed initially with a flower bed or some ornamentals usually around it, if a group wanted to take that back, and I think it was ambitious when they were built that someone would continue to do it, and sometimes it's dropped off. But if a group wanted to take that, I think it would be a logical thing to send them to us. If they're not already working with the right-of-way folks, because sometimes these are on the right-of-way, but if they're not, or and perhaps this is something we can explore in terms of, the ownership of those features in terms of signage, and in some cases it's stonework and those kinds of things. The rehabilitation of those as they weather has been a contentious back and forth issue. But if there's a garden piece and it is orphaned, it's something we could certainly look at.
Excellent. My last question sort of built on that NCC question, and if I think that was the best example of subtext I've seen. Do we have are we anticipating like a sort of partnership or allowing the schools to be involved? We have a lot of schools that are right beside parks. We have community groups that also want to work with schools as an education opportunity to let's say plant a pollinator garden at a park entrance, for example. Is that an opportunity that we anticipate? And I guess part B of that question is, would there be additional liability considerations there, or would that sort of fall into the school or the organizer?
Chair, I'm not sure if that exists now. There's nothing in what we're doing that would preclude it from happening. You're right. We do have proximity to schools where if they wanted to take something on, I am aware in some cases they do it on their own land, and that's probably the easiest from a liability perspective for them, that they don't have to leave the school grounds. But certainly if there's interest, that's something we could explore and work with the individual school boards in terms of addressing liability issues if there are some.
Okay, thanks very much. Looking forward to seeing this report. And I'm mostly curious about the insurance bit that was mentioned earlier too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, hi. Just a quick question. I didn't see this in the report, but not suggesting we have these in my ward, but we might. What do you do when you find or staff find rogue gardens?
Chair, we do have rogue gardens, and they tend to be in situations where people are backing onto parks and have extended their backyards, if you will. So they are encroachments. When they are found, and usually it's one neighbor calling bylaw that flags these. That is usually the way. But when our own staff, Public Works or our CFS staff observe these, they will usually ask the resident to remove and if need be, call in bylaw to do that. It's more common in situations where there's backyards backing into a park and people extending their backyard.
So what is the fine or that bylaw would give for a rogue? Do we have a rogue garden bylaw?
It's part of the Parks and Facilities bylaw, the encroachment piece, and we are reviewing that. We're reviewing the bylaw, and that is coming forward, I believe, in June. Council, we are maintaining the prohibition on encroachments. It's not just gardens, it's often sheds, it's sometimes other things. I could get back to you on the fine. Off the top, I don't know.
Merci, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. When a community group organizes a Clean Up the Capital campaign initiative where they spend a couple hours in a park cleaning up, are they required to have insurance for that event?
I'll ask Alain since he runs.
Chair, I'm not sure on that, so I'll get that information and get back to you because we have a number of community groups that would be helping out. So just trying to see what the overarching insurance policy is on that.
Thank you. I know it's a city sponsored event where we work under the auspices of the city, but it's interesting to know why some events may not require insurance and others do, because people are quite concerned with the insurance requirement. Such high liability or such high premiums or coverage amount. And that's something I want to look into further. Invasive vine removal. I have at least one group in my ward, if not more, that have the expertise and the skill set and the care to do the removal carefully. The city has expressed its desire to not engage public members to use a contractor. I believe one of the presentations from Ocean referenced this morning. Can staff just comment on their openness to allowing community groups who have the expertise, maybe they have to prove it some way, but in removing the invasive vines? We're losing the battle in this city. And if there are people who want to specifically engage and organize work parties and can help in this regard, I think we should help facilitate that. But I'm interested to hear what staff would say.
Chair, this is part of the review that we're all undertaking following Councillor Carr's direction to staff. So we'll be reporting back on that in June.
Okay. To staff again, the process to determine whether a requested site or location to facilitate a community garden is lengthy. I'm assuming a number of checks have to be done to ensure the soil or the land isn't contaminated, that there's no, underground utilities at that site, that there's no even archaeological matters. Would it not be faster to invest time upfront in preparing a list of known adequate sites that check all these boxes, that we've already done the homework? Yes, you've got to spend some time. And that way, when interested members of the public in a particular neighborhood want to engage, these parks have already been assessed. We know this area of the park can do that without the community groups having to go through that process. Can you just comment on that?
Chair, staff agree with that. As part of phase 2 of what we're planning, and I believe it is a best practice in other municipalities, we will look at identifying park sites that we believe have some or all of the features that one would be looking. So the things you said, sun, soil, a water source, those kinds of things, so that we can build up an inventory. And when people come to us and say, we would really like to do a garden, we have some spots identified that we can make available. That won't be in the next 2 months. This will be a longer term piece to do a review, but ultimately we would like to have a proactive approach to identify sites that are available.
That's excellent to hear. I can't recall if this is in the report, but does staff mention what they believe an acceptable timeline is for an application to go through a process and have a decision rendered?
Chair, I believe this was brought up earlier, and the mention was 6 months is likely a reasonable time horizon. We haven't turned our minds to that specific thing, but that I think is certainly something to shoot for. Is if we're doing a twice a year application, getting to an answer, I think within 6 months is reasonable as a goal, and we will work towards that. And I'll tell you more once I know more in terms of the specifics.
And that might be a more fair question to ask once you've assessed the first round of intake. But, you know, we have timelines on a zoning bylaw application now, site plan application. It should be reasonable for the public to know. My final question is this. I'm seeing a proliferation of new parks being created with new developments, certainly at a pace I've not seen my first half on council. Some are parkettes, they're very small, not a lot of space for a lot of amenities. But some parks are larger, and I'm just thinking sort of out loud here, if they meet a certain minimum area for a new park, whether we should create, particularly in urban parks, but I'm not going to exclude suburban or rural parks, an automatic requirement that space be set aside for community gardens. So again, we don't have to go through this process about whether or not land is set aside. You can assess whether it's appropriate at that location for actually community gardens. But I'm just thinking in my own ward, we talk, Mr. Chenier, about the new park coming in off Carling, part of the Travel Lodge development. That would be ideal to have some space set aside for community gardens. We're going to have 1,500 people living in towers. Has Parks and Rec thought about this, that future parks, if we're going to deem it an essential service, it would make sense to me that future parks have space set aside for community gardens?
Chair, honestly, currently, we had not really incorporated it into new park review. I think that is something, though, that we need to consider and perhaps socialize with our own planning group in terms of what is possible, what is on initial offer to a community. When we go out to them, we usually put in, would you like tennis courts? Would you like a rink? Would you like those kinds of things? I think it's fair game to say that garden plots might be something that we add to that inventory.
That's great to hear. Thank you, Chair. That's it from me today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to thank staff for this report. It's important for this framework to go forward. I know that both myself and my office have numerous requests from community groups. We heard from New Edinburgh, multiple community groups there that want to establish community gardens and are looking forward to this process being expedited. So I wanted to ask, just for clarity, and I think that this builds on some of the questions from both Councillor Troster and Carr, whether you can provide council ultimately with an expected timeline for addressing the existing backlog of community applications once the moratorium is lifted. And I was interested in seeing if that could be provided to us potentially in the form of a memo. At this point, obviously, we have community members who are really almost desperately waiting for this policy to be approved. And they want to have a sense, since they've been waiting since 2019, on when these changes will be coming. So I'm just wondering if you would be able to provide us ultimately with an explicit timeline around implementation.
Chair, I hesitate to provide an explicit or even a firm commitment on how quickly and how many we can do of those, as I simply have not seen them, and I don't know what the hurdles are to get from what I assume is a maybe to a yes. In some cases, there could be a lot of work, there could be a requirement for a lot of expertise, and in other cases, there may be an easy solution to saying yes. The report that we will provide by year end should give a good indication of what we were able to do in terms of, could we do some of them early enough that they could do some fall work at a site to get ready for spring? Or were we able to do perhaps not quick enough for that, but quick enough to say by spring, you're green lighted to go at that site? And others which may be an outright, it's a no, we can't do it there. But I really don't think that I will be in a position to tell you with any definitive project by project until later this year. I wish I could, but by the time we have the resources in place, have a review, and are able to do that, as I said, we'll try our level best to go as quickly as we can to look at these. But today I haven't even seen the list, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Obviously, you need the data before decisions are made, but we're definitely hearing it from the community that we want that data expedited and hopefully the decisions expedited because people have been waiting for too long. My last question is, what specific actions will be taken to ensure equitable access to these programs, to these community garden programs, particularly for priority neighborhoods and equity deserving groups?
And Claire might want to weigh in on this as well, but we are aware that some of our parks are in areas where there are challenges that if community garden could be built next to in an area of a community house or in an area where there is interest. So we will look at those, and as part of my response on creating inventory, that is one of the first things that we can look at is identifying parks that are in areas where that would be most beneficial. And perhaps even take it a step further and talk to the community about interest in it, because we can identify the land part, but we also need a partner to organize, to decide, and we can work through Just Food, who probably have some pretty good data on that we can help instruct the work we do in this area.
And that's exactly right. Just to add that as part of the community funding framework, one of the priorities under the framework is equity and inclusion and addressing needs in priority neighborhoods. And as a funded organization, Just Food adheres to that priority in receiving the funding that it does from the city.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that we want to diversify the types of green initiatives supported at the city. I believe that this framework is a mechanism to do that. We also, of course, want to ensure that there's equitable access to any program that moves forward. But I share, the concerns of my community members in terms of ensuring that we move as quickly as possible with the implementation of this program. People have been waiting for a long period of time to increase the number of community gardens throughout, I know, my ward in the city. And, we want to ensure that these recommendations move as quickly as possible based on data and other elements, but we want to ensure that we start to see a movement to really satisfy the needs of our residents. Thank you so much for the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening to the presentation and the delegations in my office, and I think I probably missed a couple questions as I was walking down here. So I just have one and then some comments. The planned sessions for fall 2024 and January 2025 those did not take place. Is there, I guess, what was the reason for that?
Chair, I'm not familiar with actual dates that were set for any sessions. I know there was a question about public engagement earlier, and so the public engagement that we undertook did complete. So the first round of public engagement was a thorough engagement activity. There's a What Was Learned report. That's a comprehensive report attached to the staff report. And the work is reflected in the staff report in that phase one is what we're launching now. And there is urgency to launch. So we wanted to make sure we brought something, a framework that was structured enough to be able to launch now. And then phase two, there is going to be continued opportunity to engage the public. And so there was a commitment during the first round of engagement to then bring the public back to provide input into the operations of whatever the program was that we were going to establish. And so we're at the beginning of that now. So with moving to Dan, we've answered several questions today that give you an idea of how it's going to work, and his team is going to do that work. And there's a commitment to continue then now to engage the community. So we had to pivot a little bit, yes, but it's because we couldn't do a second round of engagement unless we had the lead defined, the governance defined, and a bit of a way forward defined. There would have been nothing to engage on at that time.
Okay, thanks very much. That's good to hear. I think that approach makes sense. I know some community groups felt that the communication could have been better, so I'm really hoping that through this meeting today, a lot of those questions were answered, because I really did just come by to say thank you and to show my support for this. I had put forward this motion with the help of my friend, Councillor Carr, after a really frustrating experience with the Greater Avalon Community Association that was trying to start up, get their community garden off the ground. And I'll characterize that experience as a slow no. Ultimately, the answer we got from the city was that it couldn't proceed in the location the community association had identified, but it was years before we got that answer, and a lot of work by those volunteers, myself, Just Food. And at that time, before the moratorium got put in place, I think it had been the last approved community garden on public land was 2018, 2019. So, you know, in asking for this review, I wanted to get a sense of whether this was something that the city could facilitate. And if the answer is yes, well, then we need to start facilitating it. And I think this council has clearly taken an interest in allowing residents to garden and is supportive of this idea. So I'm super pleased to see that now there is a process in place. And, you know, notwithstanding that nothing we bring forward is ever going to be perfect, I think this is a huge leap forward, and we have something to build off now. As you were just saying, I think we can walk before we run. So I just wanted to come and highlight that huge progress. I don't think it's going to be another 7 years before we get to see a new community garden built on city land. And I think, you know, we've set ourselves up well for community groups to come forward. And I was encouraged to hear on the staff side, we're creating a team of allies, I think you said, Dan, to get us to a yes, and to go beyond that, and do some proactive work in identifying lands that would be suitable. So thank you for undertaking the review. I don't have a vote today, but we'll certainly be supporting this when it comes to council. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I think Councillor Kitts gave a really good wrap up there that this is something to build on. And now that we have a dedicated team and the ability to build on the city land, I will just add, and just one quick question, you know, throughout the feedback that we received, all of the many submissions that we received from the different community groups, there was sort of a fear that the whole piece of food security was getting lost in the report. And I don't think that that was the case at all. But certainly hearing from my colleagues this afternoon, the whole food security piece is definitely something that's really important and on people's top of minds when Councillor Kavanagh is asking about declaring it an essential service, which of course was done by the province of Ontario during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, I should say. And, you know, talking about the importance of local, we've definitely seen lots of municipalities across the country sort of tie in all these food initiatives, and ours aren't really that tied in yet. You know, we've still got things going to different communities. And do you think, I know, Claire, you've talked about the poverty reduction strategy. Do you think that that poverty reduction strategy can really tie up all of these municipal food pieces into sort of one item? I know we've got it's a pillar in your poverty reduction strategy. You've got the workshop coming up, I think, I don't know the date, but do you think that it will address this sort of globally, that sort of missing piece of that municipal food policy?
Thanks for that question, Chair. So as part of the poverty reduction strategy the council approved in the fall, to bring that forward, there was a significant amount of work that was undertaken by an advisory group of community partners, experts in this space, including Just Food. And these discussions around a municipal food strategy and food security all took place then. And so they were built in, as you said, a pillar in the poverty reduction strategy. And I would suggest that the goals under the poverty reduction strategy, the priorities will be established in consultation with community partners again. So I don't want to presuppose exactly what we'll do to connect all those pieces together. The intention is, though, to, yes, have a comprehensive view of food security. And we endeavor to do that, but I wouldn't want to commit without respecting the work that had been done already by the community and will be done by the community partners.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm hearing all, different elements such as not only the food access, which we covered a big piece of today, not everything, but also the distribution, the production, the waste. So looking forward to getting an update on that as that progresses as well. But thank you very much. And thank you, Chair, for tolerating me.
I adore you, Councillor Carr. There's not a problem at all. No, thank you. I don't see any further questions for you. And I don't see any online as well, too. So is this item carried? Carried? Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will now go to item 5.3, Childcare and Early Years Service System Plan 2025-2029. We have staff coming up and they're going to be doing a short presentation. Just as staff are getting settled, I will mention that because we do still have a number of delegations and items on the list, I won't be taking a break. So if people need to get up, stretch, run to the bathroom, grab a quick bite, please do. But once again, we'll try to plow through only so that we can respect the delegations who are here in the room with us, and then they can get back to their day in a timely fashion. Okay.
All right. Morning, Chair and councillors. Bonjour à tous. Merci de nous accueillir aujourd'hui. My name is Jason Saber. I'm the Director of Children's Services. Pleased here today to introduce this report. I am joined by my colleagues Tracy Gearman, the Manager of Strategic Projects, and Nadine Jodin, Acting Program Manager of System Planning and Strategic Initiatives. I also want to recognize Mickey DeCesare, Program Manager of System Planning and Strategic Initiatives, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. This team has been instrumental in leading the community engagement and planning efforts to bring our report before you today. I'm excited to introduce the Childcare and Early Years Service System Plan, which sets a clear path forward to meet the needs of children and families in Ottawa. The service plan lays out our vision and priorities for the next 5 years and marks a big step in our commitment to supporting children and families across our community. I'm especially proud of the fact that this plan focuses on ensuring we address barriers to accessing services for those facing the greatest challenges and for underserved families. I will now hand it over to Tracy to provide background information and details on our engagement.
Next slide, please. As Service System Manager, the City is responsible for the planning and management of the licensed childcare and early years system in Ottawa. We all know that early learning and childcare services are critical for our community. These services allow parents and guardians the opportunity to work or study, promote gender equality by reducing barriers to workforce participation for women, support development of children, promote school readiness, and lessen the impacts of early adversity, and stimulate the economic growth of our community. The sector is undergoing a period of significant change with the introduction of the National Childcare System and a new cost-based funding formula. These historic changes are making childcare more accessible and affordable for families and creating opportunities for the sector to grow and better support the needs of our community. With this progress comes increased demand for affordable childcare and new responsibilities and operational requirements for the sector. At the same time, childcare and children's services must operate within the constraints of provincial guidelines and funding allocations, which govern aspects of how the system functions and impact our ability to meet public expectations. For example, while many would like to have universal childcare, the province only gives municipalities a certain amount of growth spaces and funding and outlines where those spaces must go. For example, focusing on high needs areas or a requirement to maintain or increase not-for-profit providers. Next slide, please. Provincial legislation requires that service system managers create a council-approved early learning and childcare service system plan for their service area. The service plan before you today provides local system-level direction to address the needs of children and families while aligning with provincial legislative and regulatory context. Our local plan was informed by extensive data analysis and engagement to increase our understanding of current demographics and assist with evidence-based decision-making. Children's Services consulted with over 2,100 parents, early learning and childcare providers, community partners, and city staff through focus groups, facilitated discussions, key informant interviews, surveys, and action planning sessions. Our engagement plan was designed to ensure that a diverse range of voices were meaningfully included, including those of Indigenous, Francophone, Black and other racialized communities, newcomers, 2S LGBTQ+ individuals, families living on low incomes, and families of children with special needs. This helped us identify what is working well, where improvements are needed, and what families, service providers, and partners want to see in a responsive early learning and childcare system. We are very fortunate to have a high quality and committed early learning and childcare sector in Ottawa. While we did see how well the sector is supporting families, our service plan is focused on how we can further enhance these services for the benefit of children and families in our community. Next slide, please. And Nadine Jodoin will now provide engagement highlights.
Bien qu'il soit difficile de résumer tout ce que nous avons appris grâce à l'analyse des données et à l'engagement des familles et du secteur, j'aimerais vous présenter quelques points saillants. Les parents sont très satisfaits des services de garde d'enfants et des services On y va pour ceux qui y ont accès. La disponibilité des services de garde est inégale selon les groupes d'âge, les quartiers et le type de service, que ce soit des services principaux, ceux gérés par les Autochtones ou ceux de langue française. Nous avons constaté une augmentation significative de la demande pour les services de garde abordables depuis la mise en œuvre du système national de garde d'enfants, avec un nombre important de familles inscrites au système de liste d'attente. Les familles déclarent qu'il est très difficile de trouver des services de garde. Les enfants ayant des besoins particuliers, les enfants bénéficiant d'une subvention, les enfants autochtones, les familles à faible revenu et les enfants issus de minorités ethniques ont encore plus de mal à trouver des services de garde et à y accéder. Les familles font état d'une compréhension limitée et d'un manque d'informations claires sur les options en matière de garde d'enfants et estiment qu'il peut être difficile de s'orienter dans le système. Enfin, les défis en matière de main-d'œuvre sont principalement liés au recrutement et à la fidélisation d'éducateurs de la petite enfance qualifiée. Next slide, please.
The service system plan will act as a roadmap for the next 5 years to simplify access for children and families and reduce barriers and systemic inequities through the 8 strategic priorities. The plan was developed in collaboration with our sector partners through the Childcare and Early Years System Planning Advisor Group, the Indigenous Early Years Circle, and the Table Francophone. These advisory groups were consulted and engaged multiple times during the development of the plan and the framework and actions. Last November, all members of our advisory groups approved including the vision, strategy statement, guiding principles, and 8 strategic priorities and 55 actions. The plan also supports objective number 6 of the City of Ottawa Strategic Plan, which is to simplify access to social services to support those in need, including housing, employment, and childcare services. The plan also aligns and will support several objectives and actions contained in various other key strategies as listed on the slide. And finally, Children's Services will continue to working in close collaboration with our local advisory groups through the implementation phase of our plan. Next slide, please. This slide presents the service system plan framework elements. In the interest of time, I won't go through it in details, but I do want to point out the strong focus on reducing systemic inequities and barriers to access and inclusion, enhancing the system to better meet the needs of children with special needs, and nurturing Indigenous wellness and community well-being. Next slide, please. In closing, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank all the families, service providers, community partners, and city staff who took the time to share their experiences and thoughts. I also want to thank the members of our advisory groups for their contributions and support in guiding and providing feedback through the development of the service system plan. We are proud of the strong relationship that we have developed between the City of Ottawa and our childcare early years partners, and we look forward to continue working collaboratively with them on this plan. 5 years on this 5-year plan to respond to the needs of children and families in Ottawa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have some questions for you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for this presentation, and I'm very much looking forward to, the further application and expansion of the programs coming through from other levels of government. I was hoping that you might be able to sort of open the kimono a bit on the limitations of that program, because certainly I believe in my heart that you guys are doing everything you can, but I know that families are desperate still. And I know you care very deeply about that, and that you field many, many calls yourself as well, asking you to help individual families. So could you help us to understand what's still not working from those programs at other levels of government, and what you would like to see and what we can advocate for?
Yeah, Chair, thank you for the question. Nothing would please me more if we could say this plan addresses and gets a space for everyone. And unfortunately, that's not a City of Ottawa decision. We do receive limited growth from the province. High level, they have a plan to make sure there's one space for every 3 children across the province. What that meant for Ottawa was we were allocated approximately 2,900 spaces from 2022 to 2026. When you further break that down, a large portion of those spaces actually go into new schools, which left about 1,400 spaces for us, the City of Ottawa, to allocate, really focusing on those high needs neighborhoods and populations from the time of 2022 to 2026. So this plan is focusing on making sure we're expanding as much as we can. But for this system to expand even further to meet the needs that families are desperately needing, right? They really want a space for every person. We would need about, I think it was 7,400 spaces we noted in the service plan. And for that to happen, we would need more upper level government funding.
So when it comes to the growth allocations, you and I have had a couple conversations about this. We have schools that are, as you say, new schools, and some of the funding for kinder age spots will be kept for those schools. For our schools that are not new schools, the waiting lists for EDP are excessive. And I wonder how or when do we make a decision, or are we able to make a decision where we use some of the money for growth, for the growth that we're seeing in existing schools? Are there conversations like that happening for you so that we can use all the money on the table?
Yeah, Chair, what this service plan really helps us with is making those informed decisions based on the data that we have. So if there is a neighborhood that has a high need for demand, meets our social economic conditions that we need to have spaces there, we wouldn't necessarily turn down school spaces. We can do those things. We really want the childcare where they're needed the most. So this plan and this information really helps us inform those decisions. And the reality is this system is going to take time to build, and we're constantly adapting to the unknowns and filling it in. So this roadmap will really help us make those informed decisions as we move forward into the future.
So I see in the report that your next update is going to be in 2027. Is that going to give you, is that soon enough? Should we be hearing from you sooner, or do you anticipate that amount of time required to have a sense of how you might redirect your attention?
Well, so the plan is to bring back to council a mid-year or midterm report update with this service system plan. I mean, personally, yes, I think we need that time to, concretely get into the service plan and bring that back to say where we're at. Specifically with the growth constraints, I mean, we can look at, we have different advocacy methods in the plan of how we can advise, the facts around those pieces. But when it comes to the service system plan, yeah, I would still recommend the midterm update to council on where we're at with all the action items in the plan.
Okay, super. And final question, please, Chair. College Ward actually has a large Indigenous population for children 0 to 12. And I know that one of the potential avenues for supporting an increased number of childcare spots would be to increase the number of Indigenous centered childcare spots. And I wonder, we have few Indigenous-led childcare centers in the city. They do great work, but I wonder what kind of supports your team are offering for those centers so that they might consider a further expansion when it's appropriate for them and their leadership.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for the question. That is a great example of how we're using the service system plan because it actually highlights where the biggest gaps are, and Indigenous is one of the biggest gaps we're seeing in childcare. So it allows us to then develop plans and work plans to support those. And that's, what we did in our directed growth plan with these limited spaces. There is actually dedicated spaces for Indigenous childcare. So now we have to work with our partners on delivering that. There is many barriers and complications with it, but we have dedicated teams working with the Indigenous table to help us with those and really trying to come together with addressing those barriers. Some of them are within our control, some of them need other supports around it, but we are really trying to use this plan to say, okay, how do we get these Indigenous spaces built? Because it is the biggest gap in the childcare sector.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the team.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Really? Oh, okay. Thanks, Chair. I have my own comments, but one of the questions from the previous speaker sort of raised an interest in me. So are there any additional resources to help fund or at least like increase the availability of Indigenous childcare spaces? Because while childcare is provincial, a lot of the Indigenous affairs, actually, I think all of them are federal, right? So is there any sort of, are you aware, I guess, of any sort of help between the two levels?
Yeah, Chair, I mean, I'm not specifically aware of some of the federal initiatives, but I do know generically, yes, there is other supports they can do. Within our control, we have limited context. That's kind of one of the main points we're trying to explain here is we can only use what the province gives us. So we only have what they call startup funding to help with these new systems. When you talk with Indigenous partners, one of the biggest barriers that they bring up is land. Now, part of this plan is to work with our partners, and that includes other city departments to see, is there any collaboration that could be happening, for example, between housing and childcare, where maybe land is the barrier that Children's Services doesn't have access to, but we can help from a city perspective to break down some of those barriers.
Okay. And I know you mentioned the province sort of allocates one space for every 3 children or approximately there. Are we on par with that in terms of the spaces we do have and do provide? Or are we sort of maybe ahead, behind because of, how well or how not so well our plan may be working?
Yeah, Chair, it's a great question. If anyone has the time, please go into the service system plan. There's actually some great maps we have showing the data. Access across the city varies, right? There are neighborhoods that exceed that target. There are neighborhoods that goes below it. There's some neighborhoods that have no access. So this is what helps us with kind of navigating with where these limited spaces go. Generically, if you looked at Ottawa as a whole, we are doing well, but there is neighborhoods that are underserved.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll finish with a little shout out to our local city-run daycare, our local daycare, City View. They have a long wait list of 1,000 people, 1,000 children, something like 1 to 2 years, I think. So I hope we can sort of get ourselves into a space where we can, effectively chip away at that, especially now that I'm getting some firsthand experience with that wait list. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I was part of the movement advocating for universal childcare when I worked in the labor movement. And one of the arguments that we would get is, it isn't really fair if everybody can access this affordable childcare, because what if rich people are accessing it and, we don't have means testing, and then folks who are struggling won't access it. And the argument at the time was, well, if it's universal, it's truly universal, and it becomes a universal social program, and everyone deserves access to affordable childcare. But here we are, where we're only meeting 70% of the demand in Ottawa. Are there any ways to look at the wait list and to somehow prioritize equity considerations? Because people like me, we put our names on the list the second we become pregnant. I did that before there were subsidies, right? But newcomers, people who maybe aren't as technologically savvy, or they just don't know, by the time they need childcare, there's absolutely no way they're going to get a spot, right? If they're only just putting themselves on the list when they need the childcare, which seems unreasonable. So I'm just wondering if there's anything we can be doing to manage the wait list in a way that introduces an equity lens to make sure that it isn't just tech savvy, privileged people that are getting those scarce spots.
Yeah, Chair. So that is what our plan really focuses on, is to what is in our control. How can we make it simpler for parents to navigate this system? We're going to be looking at everything over the next 5 years, whether that's the applications, whether it's the systems, to see, especially with that equity lens, as was put into this plan, to see what we can do. I will say on the priority criteria, I would probably say that's more of a provincial decision to say, how does these limited spaces work? Because the reality is the province is also looking at updating systems and will be required to use their systems. And we need them to kind of make the call of, okay, how does placements work in a national system? So part of this plan also ensures we're advocating to them, and we're using the information that we're seeing and challenges in building this system, because there is a lot of potential in this system. It'll take some time, but we'll continue advocating for that to the province as well.
Thank you. And please let councillors know if we can help you with that advocacy, because again, the promise was for a universal system. And if it's not truly universal and it's introducing inequities, we need to push other levels of government to do better, because I understand there's very little we can do in that regard. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Conseiller Plon.
Yes, hi. Thank you for your work on this. Obviously, doesn't matter. It doesn't seem like where you live in the city, childcare is a huge issue. And obviously in Ward 12, with the future loss of Bernadette, the loss of the Sandy Hill daycare, it's been quite a roller coaster for us. And I've mentioned this before, I have a lot of people, we talk a lot about the lifetime economy here, but I do have a lot of people who work in the life economy. They work in hotels, bars, restaurants, they're stocking shelves at Loblaws, they, work as personal support workers in our long-term care. So what would you say is the state of childcare for people who don't have banker's hours?
Yeah, Chair, what I would say is what we heard in this report and what listed is, many families do require flexible options, whether that's part-time care, extended hours into the evenings. There is a need there for that. We do have home childcare providers that offer that flexible service, because when you compare it to like a center-based, the typical standard hours, but we do have, a lot of spaces that have home childcare providers that offer that.
So if the magical daycare fairy came around and said, I want to offer overnight childcare and I need your help just setting it up, even though I'm the fairy, how would the fairy go about doing that?
Chair, I would say that our service system plan is actually very helpful for anyone. And we'll plan on putting this on ottawa.ca, because there's valuable information here that not only we can use, but other people can use as well. So, the first thing is there a need in that area? Is there a gap between, as you said, there's a gap everywhere if you're comparing it to universal, but if we're comparing it to the limited spaces we have and the existing services we need, does some of our limited spaces go there? And I'd just like to clarify too, there can still be providers licensed outside of this national system to offer supports. They wouldn't receive this funding, which, could be unfortunate because families wouldn't receive the amazing benefits, but they can still operate. So this document itself can be a planning tool to help people inform them of like, is there a need there? Is there services? Because it tells you how many children in those particular areas, how much the capacity is in those areas. So it's a great tool to use.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on one of the lines that I heard from my colleagues about the essentially the shortage of capacity that currently exists in the Ottawa market, broadly speaking. And I'm just talking in general. I'm not talking about publicly provided, privately provided. I'm just saying there are huge wait lists out there. There are, young professionals with children, and this is a barrier to, economic opportunities for the city and for the individuals that we have. I suppose, to frame this from, last year we had an inquiry talking about faith communities and service providers. And we've also seen some engagement from, various faith communities with the emergency preparedness team talking about, how they can be, available with their church for a charging station or a shower station, in the aftermath of a tornado or things like that. And I think if we put the call out to them, especially to facilities that, are used from 10 o'clock until 12 o'clock on a Sunday and then sit empty for the rest of the week, with the exception of some programming, I think we could find some options in there. And I know that we've had this conversation previously, more privately, but I just wanted to put it out there, the engagement with stakeholders. I just want to, I guess, confirm from you, it includes other types of options besides simply staying within the paradigm of the public system that you're providing. Because from my perspective, whether it's private, public, city-run, run by, the synagogue or the faith community or what have you, it's in some ways irrelevant because what parents want is daycare and access to daycare and shorter waiting lists. So could you just comment to some of the strategic engagements that you have, outside of the public realm per se? And then I'll probably follow that up with an inquiry.
Yeah, Chair. I think what I would first say, just for some context setting, is obviously we're funded from the provincial government as well as service system manager, and our focus it usually comes from them. So a lot of our capacity has to go into building this national system. We have been reduced from the province, from our funding as well. So our capacity has shrunken. So a large focus of this service system plan is on the licensed sector within the national system. So our capacity to do things outside of that, which is not funded from the provincial government, is challenging because we don't have the capacity.
Yeah, so if I'm not asking you to operate outside of that, but simply to look broader at childcare as an Ottawa service writ large, you can leverage your experience and knowledge of the systems and the programs and the intergovernmental complexities to, walk through potentially, a faith community that would have an interest in community service, that has the infrastructure, that perhaps even has the personnel, but just needs a little bit of guiding help or some support. And I can think, when I look at, Barrhaven examples, we have one such entity that operates out of the Barrhaven United Church. We have another one that operates out of the Torres Center. And in both cases, you have probably, upwards of 100 parents that now are able to get access to childcare, granted that it's not in the awesome facility that Councillor Lowe just shouted out that's publicly run in Barrhaven. So I think I'll just hold it there. I will submit an inquiry at the end of this meeting to this end. And I appreciate very much the great work that you guys are doing on this important topic.
And Chair, I'll just add, obviously our service system plan, a large focus too is just around information and providing people help with navigating. That can include service providers as well. We're really trying to get to like a digital approach with our information to try to help people navigate this system, whether that's inside or outside. So I do think there's some aspects in here. I was just trying to, explain my reservations that there's still a lot for my team to develop and implement with this national system over the next 5 years. So our capacity to do things outside of that is limited.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, quickly. Thank you. It's such an important feature to have childcare. As I look at the next item on our agenda, as people are getting older, people are stopping having kids because it's too expensive. So we're going to be disproportionately more older people. But I wanted to ask about the role of finding workers because ECEs are in high demand. Their wages aren't that great. So I just wanted your opinion on that, on how that plays a role in trying to build more capacity.
Yes, Chair. It's one of the things we hear often from the sector. So to give you my opinion on it, yes, it doesn't help with growth because even if I had all the money in the world to do a universal system, I don't think we would have the workers to do it. So that's a big piece of it. It also impacts the day-to-day quality of what we have right now because there's a huge retention and recruitment issue. And as we heard from families, if you lose that relationship with the worker, it really impacts your day-to-day with your child. So these are good examples too of these aspects are not within the City of Ottawa's control. We're obviously implementing some compensation programs the province has implemented. A lot of them are around low wage earners, bringing them up to a ceiling. But the sector really wants a salary and compensation package across Ontario, and we'll continue to advocate that to the province as well.
Thank you. If this is something we absolutely need, people need to be paid a living wage. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for you. Is this item carried? Carried. Thank you so much, Nadine, Tracy, Jason. We'll move on to item 6.1, review of City of Ottawa gymnasium rental pricing structure. Staff have a presentation ready to go, but I'm going to ask members if you would like to see that or if you want to move straight to questions. Is that all right with everyone? Okay. So we'll move straight to questions if anybody has any. Otherwise, Dan, you get to run away and be happy. Oh, not seeing any questions. All right, last call. All right, I think this is a first for an agenda item. Is this item carried? Carried, thank you. I don't think I've ever seen Dan smile so widely. So we are going to be revisiting item 5.1, which was the item held, and that is the that is the 2025 update to Municipal Housing Allowance Program and the Home for Good Housing Allowance Program. So I understand staff were giving a presentation on this item. I am going to ask committee if they do wish to have that presentation made or if they wish to go straight to delegations. We do have one delegation.
Let's go to delegation,
Yeah.
though I do have a question.
Okay, so I'm not hearing a call for the presentation. So what I'll do is I'll move straight to delegations and I'd love to invite Katie to come take a seat. Yes, we're kind of rushing through, so take your time. Wonderful.
We had this way? Oh my gosh, you'd think I would know by now, but no. On behalf of the Alliance to End Homelessness, it's no surprise that we strongly support the need for continued and increased funding for rent allowances to close the gap between current demand and the approved budget. Rent subsidies are such a critical part of ending homelessness. It's one of the few short-term mechanisms that we have to rapidly rehouse people. Without sustainable funding, people remain in emergency shelters, they have less stability, worse outcomes, and it further strains the city's resources. As the report says, the cost of using an emergency shelter for a year is $36,000. In contrast, a housing allowance costs between $9,500 to $12,500.
The city's current recommendation to approve the additional $7 million to cover the cost of existing subsidies is far less expensive than the alternative much higher cost. More than cost, however, this decision to invest in long-term solutions is really heartening. In the face of a crisis, we tend to respond with the most easily accessible thing, and that's more emergency responses. In Ontario, recent reports showed that spending on emergency shelters has increased by 34% since 2016. Homelessness has increased by 32%. If we invest in homelessness, we will get more of it. The decision to continue to invest in new housing allowances, despite immense fiscal pressures, means that we're investing in an end to homelessness, not more management of the problem. In January, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario released a report showing that cities are covering over 50% of the cost of homelessness. The other two levels of government are splitting the remaining cost. It's not fair, it's not reasonable, and it's not sustainable. However, cities are on the front lines, as you well know, of this housing crisis and have to respond. The most recent publicly available HIFIS data shows that we saw just over 4,000 people experience homelessness in February. Over half of these are homeless families. That means children growing up in shelters. We can do so much better, and doing better starts with strategic decisions made looking at the big picture. City staff are asking hard but important questions right now, and their expertise, along with that of community partners, needs to lead the way in moving towards a more effective response. The memo in today's agenda suggests several different options to reduce inflow into our system and increase the number of people being housed. Increasing shelter diversion and even more upstream prevention like school-based options are seeing success in other communities and leading to long-term reductions in homelessness. The recent diversion pilot the city has funded has already led to a 5% reduction in new people becoming homeless in the first 3 months of its starting. The scattered site housing model for newcomers is another creative solution that prevents people from getting stuck in shelter. I recognize the city can only do so much without upper levels of government stepping in a serious way. And frankly, it's ridiculous that the wealthier levels of government don't pay what they should while simultaneously limiting options for city to accrue new revenue. However, local system design is an area that you do have control in. In Canada, whenever there has been significant reductions in homelessness, local government and community partners have taken the reins on coordinating their housing and homelessness system, leveraging data and using every possible tool to prevent people in the first place and rapidly rehousing as many people as possible if they become homeless. It's clear that all options are on the table to tackle homelessness in our city based on this report. Some of these include reforming local priorities for who receives housing allowances and social housing. In an attempt to support those who've been homeless the longest, it may be that we have created a systemic incentive to become homeless in the first place in order to receive a permanent, deeply affordable social housing unit. This is an incredibly challenging conversation to open up, but we must if we're going to be successful in designing a better system at our local level. Similarly, we have a housing waitlist policy where a person's only offered one option once a unit becomes available. Are we setting people up for success or contributing to the revolving door of homelessness? Choice and autonomy matter. If a person does not have control of where to live, it's not that surprising that people don't thrive. This too is a question of system design that we can control locally. There are many more examples of this, and I commend that these conversations are being had at the community level with city staff. As we're working on the 10-year plan refresh, there are critical decisions that have to be made moving forward. The Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table is the cross-sector space where city staff and agencies are having these discussions with the big picture in mind. The past few years have shown a nimbleness and an openness to creative, innovative solutions from city staff, council, and community partners. That's exactly the kind of thinking we need to address this at a systems level. While this work is happening, we need to remain laser focused on reducing inflow from people becoming homeless and speeding up the pace of outflow. In the interim, staying the course with a relentless focus on housing and long-term solutions is key, and staff's decision to continue to move forward with housing allowances is one critical tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. We have some questions for you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much, Katie. Thanks for your delegation. Thanks for the support of the allowances. I know you worked firsthand when we put in the transition allowances early on in our term. And that was, of course, before we had the surge in newcomers where we quickly ran out of funding, but we were well on our way to emptying the community centers at that time. I do have a specific question. You mentioned prevention strategies, specifically school-based strategies. Can you speak a bit more about this and how it might impact our homelessness system?
Yeah, so first of all, I absolutely think it is possible to end youth homelessness in 5 years. We have enough tools, we have strategies. The numbers are low in Ottawa. And when you end youth homelessness, you actually delay the number of people who are becoming homeless as adults. About 50% of adults were homeless first before they were 16. So strategically, let's do it. But some of the school-based prevention that's happening already, our youth agencies, Operation Come Home and Youth Services Bureau are going all in on looking at school-based prevention programs. In the Niagara region, they've seen basically a 50% reduction in youth homelessness by working in the schools directly with teachers and community agencies, basically pairing them up to provide supports once you start to show that they might be in distress. So that's one successful piece. And even further upstream, there is a program being piloted in a number of Canadian cities, but it came out of Australia, where they also saw about a 50% decrease in youth becoming homeless in the area of Geelong, Australia. I don't know if other folks know where that is, but what they have is an assessment tool that shows kind of levels of risk. And every student is asked to do that assessment. And what it flags are the kids who are at risk but don't show it. So there's lots of kids who maybe we see that they're in distress and they're not doing so well, but this tool was able to actually identify people who were going to become more at risk. And that sort of tool has seen real results in terms of reducing young people from becoming homeless. So prevention is totally possible. We're starting to get more concrete ways of doing it and more concrete ways of measuring it. Thanks for the question.
Yep, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Katie. You mentioned a sentence which stay with me, which said people get stuck in shelters. What does that mean exactly if you're either a family or if you're a single person? Like, what does that mean to get stuck in shelters?
Yeah, I mean, I think we know in a very short period of time, once you kind of enter the shelter, you immediately are exposed to a lot of things that are traumatic, whether it's, substance use or human trafficking or your stuff getting stolen or assault. All of these things happen fairly quickly. It's not for a lack of agencies doing their absolute best, but that's the context. And so, it becomes very difficult to get out of that once you've started to experience some of those things. And so, every day, it often feels like a bit of a ticking time bomb. Every day that we have somebody stay in shelter to access, a rent subsidy, to access supports, resources, I don't want to say we're losing them. No one is ever lost, but we're closing a window of better opportunity at the front end. So families in particular, and what's I think happening because we've wanted to focus on chronically homeless folks who are, in many ways the most in need, and that's been the intention of the city since 2015. We've put our resources there, but it means that people have to become chronically homeless in order to get the resources. It is, but it's also, I totally get why we did that. And so with families in particular, and again, I think we need more data to help us really understand, but there is a sense that maybe people are staying homeless longer or becoming homeless in order to get access to a deeply affordable unit, which frankly is quite strategic in my mind, but also, really discouraging. We've set up perverse incentives without intention.
So that being said, we do have a federal election going on, and I talked earlier about the magic daycare fairy, but if you could be like the magic housing fairy for the winning party, whoever that is, what would you say would be the number one thing we can do either to help municipalities or provinces or whatever to solve this systemic problem that you've sort of identified, which is both the hamster wheel and then people entering into the hamster wheel?
Well, upstream prevention is amazing. And I mean, you look at schools and some of the stuff that I spoke to with Councillor Carr, diversion at the shelter door, it's working. We're already seeing it work in Ottawa, which is amazing. And I only see that increasing. So that's one kind of short-term, also really cheap option to make an impact. Those kind of school-based prevention, but also if somebody is discharged into homelessness who is in an inpatient in the hospital, we have a very clear deadline to work with. We can actually fix that before it happens and find alternative solutions. So those sorts of things, you know, jails, correction centers, the same thing. So working with those other provincial systems helps us to do that and can start to happen much more quickly, but you need coordination, you need data, all those things, but those are all very doable. So that would be the initial thing, and then build boatloads of nonprofit housing.
Yes. And I just also, if you'll indulge me for a minute, Chair, I just wanted to thank you again for coming to our visit to OBM, Old Brewery in Montreal. I know it was a lot of it in French and your face was kind of contorting sometimes, but you did a great job. No, you did a fantastic job. And I look forward to working with you on some of those recommendations because I think they're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thanks as always, Katie, for all your work. In terms of housing people, sometimes it's more than just providing housing. And one of the things that Ottawa Community Housing is advocating for is complex care housing. That is supportive housing that so that people who go from homelessness get that help before they're on their own, because otherwise it doesn't work out so well. And how can we advocate more for that?
Yeah, supportive housing, and I know complex care, I mean, it's kind of a hybrid version, but it's sort of the lost cousin that doesn't get talked about at the provincial level. There's no real kind of advocacy group talking about it like an ONFA. And so it is something I think that's growing in understanding. And to be honest with the Ford government, I think there's an opening there. Supportive is kind of a key piece of any kind of response to the opioid crisis or to the toxic drug supply crisis. So I think that's kind of the window into that conversation. And absolutely, like in terms of the continuum supports, I say non-market as the giant umbrella that includes supportive, it includes all these different types of housing. But the supports piece is the piece that's often missing. And I think where we fall down in keeping people housed and stabilized, we provide sometimes more support than is necessary for some folks and not enough deep supports for people who are in great distress. And I think one thing I always want us to lead with and remember, there is no need to get somebody housing ready. I think we all know that when we talk about housing first, but a lot of us are now saying we're doing housing first, but putting in steps. So, okay, well, we're going to have you live temporarily in a place, and then we're going to get to the next step. And I just really urge all of us to go back to housing first means we're going to house you, and then we're going to provide whatever type of support you need. And that might be lots, it might be medium, it might be nothing, it might just be money. But to really focus back on what does this individual need and how can we provide that? Because I think I used to be a caseworker. Our job was to go in once a week. And for some of my clients, great, that totally worked. For others, they needed to be in a complex care unit or a supportive housing unit, and they didn't have access.
Thank you again for your advocacy. Bye. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant, you still have your hand up. Oh, you're okay? Okay. So there's no further questions for you, Katie. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, Teresa. Sorry, did I miss you, Madame? Yeah, we're all good.
Okay, good. Okay.
No, it's okay. We're good. You're wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I will invite staff to come up though, because I do know that there's a couple of questions folks have for you. So we'll just give staff a moment to come get settled.
Okay. Hi, thanks so much for being here. And thank you, first of all, to staff for providing this report and also for recommending the step that we continue to fund these housing allowances for now until we receive more information from the province. Although it seems like this is another example of the province leaving cities like ours to fend for ourselves. So just to be clear, the interim period for the change to household eligibility, so that would only be in place until we receive the 2025-26 COB allocation?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so no further action is needed from us. The eligibility would flip back once we get that money.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
I'm just worried though, because switching the eligibility from people who are actively homeless, whereas before we were using it to bridge the gap to prevent homelessness, is there a concern that that problem that Katie brought up of people intentionally making themselves homeless in order to access a subsidy? Is that a concern?
It's always a concern, but really what we want to do is continue to work upstream with some of our housing loss prevention programs. What we do see even currently is people, just because housing is so unaffordable, that they may, as Katie had mentioned, make themselves intentionally homeless. So what we try and do is provide the information up front, work with groups like Action Logement, Housing Help to prevent housing loss. That's really the best way to do that, and making sure that people have really quick mechanisms to get into those housing loss prevention supports. As we know, it's really important that those are done as early as possible for the intervention. In terms of the overall, do we anticipate more inflow? It's really just a matter of limited resources and in terms of what we can do municipally during this interim period. So it's really the most cost effective to do these housing benefits as compared to having people in shelter. So we're really trying to save the municipality what's on our books the most by keeping those costs on our housing benefits versus more shelter beds.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, just to repeat the number, the cost to support someone in shelter for years, 36,500 versus about $10,000 to $12,000, you know, in terms of subsidies. So can you explain to me though, because I know we also have a city funded transitional subsidy that can be used to decrease inflow into shelter. Can you just explain like how that's different from COB and who gets to administer it?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I believe you're referring to the bridge funding program. Yeah, so the bridge funding program is different, and that was a wholly municipally created program. And what that is intended to do is to provide some temporary stability up to 6 months so that we can work with people to find a more sustainable plan to maintain their housing. So I want to be clear that this report does not change anything. That program will continue as is. That program will still, again, if people in the next 6 months start to fall into homelessness, that program's available for families and singles that are Ontario Works. And that's one of our, as you mentioned, kind of another great mechanism that we can do. And we have the ability to set the parameters for that program. So again, that one will continue. And we very much anticipate, typically we receive notification from the province on our allocation in the coming months, usually before the summer. Last year, it was a little bit late, but we are hoping that long ahead of that 6 months that we'll be able to use a bridge funding program for, that we will have that solid answer on what our funding allocation looks like going forward for programs like COB.
That's great. So how does someone access that? So they would go to their OW worker and say, I'm going to lose my housing. I need help. And then they can access either the COB when we flip back to the other eligibility or the city transitional funding?
That's correct. You can access the program, Chair, through any ESS site, Employment Social Services site. You can also access it by calling 311 and they would direct. We've just updated all of our knowledge base articles with 311. So that program is aware at the 311 level. So again, trying to work as upstream as possible.
That's great. So what happens if we receive a deeply insufficient amount from the province again this year?
If that happens, we will have to go back and look at what is possible in terms of our outcome mechanisms. I think one of the key things you saw at the end of the report, and as Katie mentioned, is that we need to be working on better inflow and outflow strategies in general. So that work is going to continue regardless of what our COB allocation is. Really, municipally, we have limited mechanisms to be able to increase that further. It does need to be taken on by the province and federal government in terms of that large COB funding allocation. Important to mention too, the majority, once we issue COB, although the service manager, the City of Ottawa issues that money, people in that program are later transferred into the provincial budget. So that's not reflected in that report. So again, you can see there's very limited mechanisms that the city has, and that's why we need to be focusing on those 8 recommendations at the end that we're going to be working with the Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table on, of how do we prevent shelter inflow and make those outflows as quick as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your responses, and I'll just say, I mean, it's encouraging to hear that some of our diversion initiatives are starting to work. And I know that Katie mentioned Operation Come Home. I'll just put a plug in for those who are at City Hall for the lunch and learn we're doing on Thursday with Operation Come Home, because their master leasing program has the potential to empty the youth shelters. They estimate if they hold about 300 leases and then they sublet to their youth and they offer the supports, it could quite quickly eliminate youth homelessness. So we're hoping to get buy-in, especially from the developers that will be receiving funding through our affordable housing CIP. So anyway, I just want to thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, I try not to panic when I read this report, because to hear that what is really the most effective tool that we have under threat is really frightening to me, knowing how much more costly the alternative is. So thank you for bringing with us this creative solution, but knowing that it could eat into our funding for a transitional housing strategy, which is also important, is very worrisome. So I don't know if any provincial decision makers are watching this call, but we need your response soon. Thank you.
I'm sure they are, Councillor Josh. I'm sure they are. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Yes, I hope they're tuning in. This is, yeah, gives me the creeps because we're not sure. We're not 100% sure. And I'm concerned about that. And in terms of the breakdown of homelessness, I'm concerned about the changes we're seeing too, because I believe there's more families that are becoming homeless. I'm certainly seeing an increase in number of women who are homeless that wasn't the case before. It used to be predominantly men when we're talking about single men, and how that changes our needs and our asks. So I don't know if you have some comments on that.
Thank you for the question, Chair. That's an excellent point, and something that's a very opportune time that we're seeing some of these significant demographic changes in shelter as we are undergoing our 10-year housing and homelessness plan update into 2026. And that is, as you mentioned, families. I've mentioned to many people, on average, we would see, 300 in a usual year. Prior to the pandemic, we're up to over 550. And we're also seeing larger families, so very concerning trends in terms of how costly that is to the city. And then we're also seeing, as you mentioned, a shift towards seeing more women in shelter, and we're still seeing this increase in demand. But I want to pull it back to, I think our team has done exceptional work with the strategies we've done today through the integrated transition to housing strategy. We've seen monumental changes in the amount of capacity we have for transitional housing, switching away to that more I would say more caring model, more human rights-based model that we want to be moving towards. And we have 2 funding proposals in with IRCC, one with IRCC, and we're hoping to gain, again, provincial funding from the province for programs like this under housing homelessness prevention program. So again, I think we do have the plans here. It's just making sure that we continue to advocate with other levels of government to fund them. And then, like I mentioned too, we do have the opportunity with the 10-year plan to address some of those emerging trends.
Thank you. And as I was chatting with Katie about supportive housing is also important. And I want to know how that fits in, because that's something that Ottawa Community Housing is recognizing, that we're taking people off the list, but they need something more than just a place to live. So how does that fit in?
Absolutely, Chair. One of the things we're really seeing, as you mentioned, is that change in level of need in supportive housing, in addition to the number of people that need supportive housing. So not only do you need more beds, you actually need an increased service operational level, and that's something that we want to be working towards. We're actually working very closely with Ottawa Community Housing on their complex care strategy. We sit on a lot of different working groups with them for that. And we do really see it as a positive way to move forward to try and better leverage some of our affordable housing stock, whether it be the market stock or the actual rent geared to income stock, getting those supports in place. And we're also going to be working over with some of our colleagues around the province to advocate for some additional changes to things like the Housing Services Act that could support us getting people into more correct service levels from an operations perspective through the Housing Services Act. So those are going to be things we'll be doing again as part of the 10-year strategy and work with our partners in the Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table.
Thank you again, especially with the collaboration with Ottawa Community Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. This question's more in relation to, I think it was a number of months ago when there was an audit of a portion of this program, the landlord subsidy portion of this program. Have you, based on that, and because this is an update, have we sort of implemented any administrative safeguards or something similar to prevent that type of abuse happening again?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, part of what this report does is it further provides clarity around some of the things that were pointed out in that audit, such as multiple people in one unit. So this report actually fixes some of that, and we've established new city-based benchmarks through that rental scraping tool to be able to protect us from making sure that we're not overpaying for those rents. So this is the start of addressing the number of the things that were brought forward as a part of this investigation, but significant structural changes are made through aligning this housing benefits report and providing that additional clarity for multiple benefit households.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Plante.
Yes, hi, thank you for this. Just a quick question, because we just heard the Alliance talk about sort of the hoop jumping, right, to get from shelter to temporary to semi-temporary, whatever all the names are now. And we know that Housing First Works, the research is very clear on that. So why is it that the city keeps referring to what they call a continuum of care? Why is it, like, I have an email open right now where they consider shelter partners an important part of the housing continuum of care? It just seems like that sentence is just not really consistent with what we know and the research. And I think it would be helpful if we stop referring to shelters in that kind of way, because it's not caring to sort of have a model where people get kicked out in the morning and they have to queue up in the evening before.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we're really referring to there, and I understand your point on the terminology, is really the housing options that we need. Again, not saying for anyone, shelter is the most appropriate option, but we need to make sure we have an option for everybody. And again, going back to some of the funding, we all know it's very expensive to build rent geared to income housing. We have limited availability of housing benefits. So we do always need a people to land. That said, we are not saying you should need to go to emergency shelter first. It's that housing options, and we always need to have one available. And unfortunately, some of the times those have to be emergency, just based on funding and our availability of things that are housing based, like rent geared to income or housing benefits.
Right, but I think we can all agree that it's not ideal to have that option, if you want to put it that way. So maybe not right now, but I think it would be helpful if we sort of put some wording forward, or maybe a direction forward. I don't have the bandwidth to do it right now, that we sort of stop referring to shelters in that way, because it's really not helpful when they're considered even part of the as a continuum, which is so wild. Like, there's no such thing as a continuum of food, right? If you're hungry, you just eat. You don't say, well, today I'm going to have water, and tomorrow I might have juice, and the day after I may have a smoothie. Like, you just eat because you're hungry. Same thing with housing. It's a human right. So would you be open to perhaps working with me before the next community services to work on some, I believe that wording is in the official plan as is, but it really needs to be changed.
Yeah, we can certainly have an offline conversation, Chair. Happy to do that. And like I said, there's good opportunities as well through the 10-year plan to update how we're doing this overall language. I know with the Housing Homelessness Leadership Table, that's something also we can take back to that group and chat about how we do that as a sector.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions for you. Is this item carried? Carried? Wonderful. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item 7.1. It is supporting aging in place through naturally occurring retirement communities. And I will ask Councillor Kavanaugh, because it is her report, to introduce the report. And I believe you have an amending motion potentially. And then we will go to delegations.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't think I need to read the motion again, but I just want to say that I'm very happy to bring this report to you today. It's a collaboration. This is not just with my office, but also with my the co-liaison for older adults, Alan Hubley, Councillor Hubley, city staff, and an incredible group of community partners who have been the driving force behind the first program for the Ottawa Oasis program. Our partners are groups of older adults living, and for starters, the 3 Ambleside condos in Bay Ward, the Old Forge Community Resource Centre, the Council on Aging, and the National Oasis Project out of Queen's University, which has been studying the impact of supporting people to age in place for more than 10 years now. And you have probably heard that term, NORC, Naturally Occurring Retirement Communities. And a NORC is any building or neighborhood where a significant proportion of the residents are older adults. And the last I checked, we have about 170 documented NORCs in Ottawa, and the number is growing. And I thank Council on Aging because they've done a lot of the homework on this. More than 90% of older adults say that they want to live in their own homes for as long as possible. And aging is becoming a fact of life, with 1 in 5 residents in Ottawa will be over 65 by 2030. That's a huge percentage. And many of you can imagine that sometimes you need some supports along the way. The Oasis project that you will hear about today is a proven way of bringing community-based supports to older adults where they live. This is a tremendous savings for the provincial government, I might say, rather than putting people in institutions. Through the Oasis project, we've seen the power of older adults coming together and working for something they believe is important. This is the kind of program that can be transformative for individuals and for neighborhoods. And the Oasis type programs in every neighborhood in the city, because it works. That's why we want this. It's what people want, and it's less expensive than institutional care and emergency rooms. We will always need long-term care homes, and retirement residents can work for the privileged few, but community-based supports can keep people at home, healthy, and engaged for longer. It helps to reduce waiting lists and keeps the expensive health care services for those who really need them. As a city, it's not our mandate nor our capacity to fund NORC-based supports to the extent that they are needed. But this report recommends that we put pressure on our 2 higher levels of government to get an aging in place strategy and start funding it. And it asks that we as a city demonstrate our support for aging in place models by embedding the concept into our new older adult plan, which we are working on. I should note that Toronto City Council has already passed a motion on this. There is a small amendment motion accompanying this report, which gives specific recognition to the community partners who have worked on the Ambleside Oasis pilot project. And I do hope you will feel compelled to support the recommendations in the report so we can get more of this type of project going in all our wards. It's an idea whose time has come. So let's take some leadership on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. As you just mentioned, you do have an amendment to your motion. And if you don't have it, we have a printed copy for you, but I will ask you to read it in now.
Okay, do you want me to read the whole motion or just the amendment? Okay.
I think the amendment would be sufficient.
Okay. Okay, so I'll read the added, be it resolved that the following paragraph in the discussion section of the report be amended as follows. The first Ottawa Oasis project in the Ambleside naturally occurring retirement community is supported by collaboration between the residents of Ambleside condominiums, Queen's University as the funders and researchers, Old Forge Community Center, Resource Center, and as the on-site program provider, and the Council on Aging of Ottawa as the advocate champion since its inception in 2023. And I won't read the rest because that was already in the motion. Thank you. And I also added my co-liaison, Councillor Ubley.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Councillor Kavanaugh. I would now like to invite the first of our speakers, Colleen Taylor, to come up. And, oh, do we have Colleen here? Oh, she's online. And I just wanted to thank everybody for being so patient. This isn't our longest meeting. We're not going for a world record here, but it's pretty long. So I appreciate your patience.
Hello, can I start now?
Yes, Colleen, thank you for being here, and feel free to start.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Colleen Taylor, and I'm the Executive Director at the Old Forge Community Resource Center. We are a nonprofit charitable organization providing community support services and programs to seniors and adults with disabilities in Ottawa's West End. Community support services support older adults and seniors with physical disabilities to remain safe, independent, and healthy at home. and they keep seniors out of hospital and long-term care homes. So the mission of the Old Forge has always been to empower our clients and community members to maintain their independence for as long as is safe and as long as they choose to be at home. We are a key enabler to helping seniors age successfully at home since our inception in 1979. And since then, we've seen many changes in the demographics of our city. But what's most striking in recent years is the tremendous growth in demand for our services or community support services in general, which is driven largely by the rising number of older adults who are choosing to age in place at home, like Councillor Kavanagh just mentioned. So in 2022, in partnership with the Council on Aging, Queen's University, and a handful of seniors determined to define their own future, we established Ottawa's first Oasis site. Since then, 2 more sites have been added, and we get inquiries on a regular basis from people living in Norks and wanting to organize themselves. People are quickly realizing that writing their own future about how to age is an option, and the Oasis program is easily replicated, and I would be pleased to bring this valuable program to many more Norks in Ottawa. Today, I'm here to express my full gratitude and support of Councillor Kavanagh and Hubley's motion on supporting aging in place naturally in naturally occurring retirement communities, or NORCs. What is being proposed via this motion makes sense, and it aligns well with what the vast majority of older adults want. We hear consistently from our clients and from our community, and the message is clear. People want to stay home. They want to stay in their neighborhoods that they know and surrounded by the networks that they trust. Unfortunately, the systems aren't always in place, aren't always designed to support that. So too often people are institutionalized, not because they require it, but just because the services they need aren't available at home or they're not accessible due to capacity issues. It's costly to, and not just in terms of dollars, but in terms of quality of life, the way we're doing things now. We see this at the Old Forge on a regular basis as we support seniors through our dementia programs, our transportation, foot care, recreation programs, all in an effort to keep seniors where they want to be. NORCs and NORC-based programs like Oasis offer us a way forward. These are existing communities, often apartment buildings, condos, or neighborhoods, like those in our current Oasis programs that naturally house a high concentration of older adults. They're places where residents have chosen to live and have aged in their community. I believe that with targeted support and coordination, these places in our community can become vibrant hubs for aging in place, and we've seen that in action through the Oasis model at Ambleside, Rosewood Apartments, and our latest Oasis site at Richmond Heights in Ottawa's West End, where social connection, nutrition, mental health, and access to community supports have all improved, and emergency room visits have gone down. At the Old Forge, we've heard from participants of the Oasis program on the benefits of this NORC program and in the benefits that this NORC program is having on them in terms of activity levels and overall mental health and well-being. And we're seeing firsthand how effective these community-based programs in NORCs can be when they're supported with the right infrastructure. We are very proud of the Oasis program and thankful to our partners who have been mentioned, that have made it happen right here in Ottawa. And I invite you to reach out to me if you want to come and see an Oasis program in action for yourself and see the positive impact this program is making for Ottawa seniors living in NORCs. So in closing, I just want to say that this motion offers a path forward to sustainable and thoughtful action. NORCs offer simple solutions to Ottawa's aging population. And this motion in particular is about dignity, autonomy, and health. It's not just about aging, but aging well. And aging in place should not be a luxury. It should be a right supported by smart policy and strong partnerships. And this motion proposes just that. So thank you for your time and your consideration of this important step forward.
Thank you very much, Colleen. I see a question from Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Colleen. And I thank you for your patience. It's been a long day, but I think it was really important that you added your words to this report and show how active the Old Forge has been, which is a community resource center that has been focused on seniors all these years. And this is a program that you've really sunk your teeth into. So I just wanted to give a special thank you to you for making this a success.
Thank you. It's become a passion of mine.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Colleen, for being here and your patience. We're now moving to the next delegation, Sharon Moon and Jan Skora from Ambleside Oasis.
Well, I'm not Jan Skora. He had to go home. This has been way too long for us oldsters.
We hear you.
I'm here to represent the Ambleside naturally occurring retirement community in the Norca and Bay Ward, in Councillor Kavanaugh's ward, which has the second highest number of seniors per capita in the whole country. I'd like to share our experience, which has already been alluded to by our previous speakers, and encourage you to support Councillor Kavanaugh's and Councillor Hubley's motion to advocate for aging in place for older adults in our community. Oasis in Ottawa came out of the horror that we witnessed in COVID as seniors were in long-term care were warehoused and isolated and neglected. In talking with one another, we realized that we were pretty angry, frustrated, and afraid by what we had seen. And you've heard that all adults want to age in place for as long as possible. Question is, how do we make that happen and what do we need? So we were able to connect with and partner with Oasis, which is an aging in place research project at Queen's, and you'll hear more about that in a moment. Our program was established to improve the overall well-being of our residents so that they could stay in their homes as long as possible. Oasis fosters a sense of community, of belonging, of reducing isolation and loneliness, and we know that's a huge epidemic of our times. Key components of the program include regular community events that encourage connection. We have book studies, lunch and learns, memoir writing, speakers on any number of topics, dementia, fraud, diabetes. Just this week, we had over 30 people at a women's heart health presentation. We share workshops and communal meals and good food box markets to promote sharing food and nutrition. We support group fitness programs, yoga, Tai Chi, supporting physical health and mobility. But we're particularly proud of our healthcare initiatives, running COVID and flu clinics that give over 400 shots per year, which is pretty amazing. We initiated wellness clinics in partnership with the community paramedics and with Pinecrest Queensway Community Health, and each offered medical care to 30 people each time. Our 5 clinics were so successful that the paramedics had to move it out into the community and expand. This month, we're hosting our 4th heart valve clinic in partnership with the Heart Institute, where again, 30 people will be receiving life-saving tests. We organize regular hearing clinics, diabetes education and testing. We're pretty amazing, eh? This coming Friday, we're holding a health fair, and these programs make a huge difference in people's lives. They deliver health care in the community, and they keep emergency visits down. They're most cost effective. And all of this for about $80,000 a year. It's pretty amazing. Having a part-time coordinator through Oasis has unleashed the creativity, experience, and has unleashed the creativity, the experience, and an energy of our residents to create a movement to help us age in place. Thanks to Oasis, we have seen 5 key impacts. People feel safer and more supported. Seniors have found their voices, have become advocates for their needs. We've created a men's shed because older men socialize differently and often suffer in silence. And 60 men are now part of that across buildings, making friends and finding purpose. There's a real sense of community cohesion, people caring for one another. And we know that people are choosing to move to Ambleside because they've heard about Oasis. That's good for our property values. We've gone from being people who live together in the same building to being community. And we're asking for you to support this report, support a national strategy for NORCs, advocate for sustainable long-term funding to maintain and grow programs like Oasis, push for streamlined home care delivery and vertical NORCs, support the creation of a NORC collaboration network so that we can share resources and best practices across communities. In conclusion, the Oasis program at Oasis exemplifies the benefits of a well-supported NORC, and we've witnessed firsthand how community engagement and health services integration, sustainable funding can have profound effect on the lives of older adults. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. I would love to hear more about that man shed. I guess it's the evolution of a man
I don't
cave.
go, I can't really talk about it. Jan was supposed to be here and he's the big men shed guy.
So we'll never know because he wasn't able to stay.
Yeah, he's run off on me, you know.
You have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Sharon, and I appreciate all the volunteer work that is being done by the Ambleside residents themselves. And it just took the coordination from the Queen's University to get that going, and then
Yes.
it took off. And I think that's
And we appreciate all of your support. You've been a great advocate for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to give a shout out also to the paramedics. I don't think people know that our paramedics have been involved. And this is not running to the building with the lights flashing. This is a part of the paramedic program is community outreach, and it works really, really well. So it reduces the number of emergency room visits. So I just wanted to point that out. And thank you again for your patience today. And to Jan, I'm sorry he couldn't stay around. But and the med shed is a great idea. And I'll tell you more about it. It's across Canada, I believe, and it's something that is unique, but very, very helpful for.
And it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Oasis.
Oh, thank you. So anyway, thank you again for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We'll move to our next delegation, Vincent DePaul and Catherine Donnelly.
Hello. I think there may be, Eric may have slides to share if that's still possible.
Pulling that up right now.
Thank you. And I'll just say while we're getting ready, my colleague and co-lead here at Queen's, the National Oasis Project, had to step away, unfortunately, but I'll represent and build on what's already been said. So thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this important conversation and share our perspectives related to the Oasis program and the potential of NORC-based programs more broadly. The Oasis began over 15 years ago here in Kingston. I'm calling in from Queen's University, but it was a program that was co-developed by the Kingston Council on Aging and the older adult residents who lived in an apartment building, with the purposes of empowering seniors to live and age independently and well in their preferred community. Next slide. Since in 2018, our team here at Queen's partnered with the original Oasis members and the volunteer board to evaluate and expand the model to other NORCs, initially in Ontario, but as you see from this map, across the country. Since our initial partnership, we've worked together to spread this model to a total of 20 NORCs across the country, including 3 impressive Oasis communities here in Ottawa, as you've heard about so far. There's 4 additional communities in development, and almost weekly expressions of interest come in related to this model. And we're hearing, just as Sharon and Colleen mentioned, they also, each site also receives interest and in this model. Next slide. These are just, there's been broad interest in the program and potential for, and more generally, the potential for NORC-based programs in recent years, and increasing interest. And these are just a few pieces from the media, including on the far left, a story that focused on, a national story that focused on the wellness clinics that the Oasis members here in Ambleside coordinated and ran in collaboration with the paramedicine program. Next slide. Just to, I know you have had a really good sense from Sharon and Colleen's presentation, but just to bring the basics down, the Oasis program features 4 key pillars. On this first slide, you see the nutrition-based programming, so that communal eating together. All the programming happens together, so this isn't bringing meals to somebody's apartment. This is eating together and sharing over food. Physical activity, so again, trying to promote balance, strength, flexibility, all the things we know are threats to being able to age well in your own home, and socialization, so trying to battle the challenges of loneliness and social isolation. Next slide. So on top of these 3 pillars, we have a 4th pillar, which is this access and knowledge sharing related to health promotion and health and well-being services. So the Oasis coordinator and the Oasis members is that central point, brings in these other services and other partner agencies to the community to run these education sessions or wellness clinics or all kinds of supports and resources that you see on this slide. Next slide. So we have, as I mentioned, 20 sites across the country in British Columbia, Ontario, and Halifax. There are over 1,000 or 1,100 registered members, but there's many people who just drop in addition to these formal members. And there again, there's activities happening at all the sites throughout the week, and spreading from social activities, physical activities, nutrition, and education, and well-being. Despite the site differences, because it's all driven and directed by the members themselves, there's consistent emphasis on building strong communities, connected communities. They look out for each other. They ensure the safety of each other, and many members talk about sort of this building of a family among members. Next slide. We've done research from that first expansion, which started in 2018, and we looked at a number of outcomes, including loneliness, social isolation. So when we looked at the original Oasis, we found that there was only 6% of self-reported loneliness in the older adults from that original community, compared to the new communities that hadn't launched their Oasis sites, were 32%. So a higher risk of loneliness in a non-Oasis site. Next slide.
Vincent, I am
Yes.
going to jump in. You are at time. And
Okay.
But I do see that there is a question from Councillor Kavanagh for you, so you might be able to elaborate once you hear her question. I also wanted to note that we have all received your slide deck, so we've had a chance to take a look at it.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, my apologies for that.
No, don't worry. Thank you for being here. Councillor Kavanaugh, your
Oh,
question.
yes, thank you very much. I know it's been a long day for everyone, so and you've got lots of information there, and thankfully it's all available to our committee members. But I just wonder if you could quickly wrap up your points so that they can hear it from you.
Yeah, so we've been grateful for the opportunity to partner with the older adults in Ottawa, including Ambleside and the other two communities. We found across the network these really impressive outcomes on a very limited investment. And we're seeing this consistently. And one other thing that we've done most recently is we've interviewed landlords or property managers and property owners, and they've identified their own perceptions on the values of the OASIS program, including increasing the positive environment, the stability of their tenants, and safety. And they again perceive these benefits and are keen to share their experiences with other landlords. So yeah, thanks for this opportunity, and I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you, and appreciate that you're giving us the national perspective on this so that we can see what's happening outside of Ottawa and how these programs have been successful across Canada. So thank you again for all your work.
Thank you, Vincent, for being here, and thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh, for your questions. We will move to our next speakers, Jenny Brooks and Bonnie Schroeder from the Council on Aging of Ottawa.
Bonnie had to leave. Hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Brooks, and I'm a volunteer at the Council of Aging Age-Friendly Housing Community. Hello. I have the coveted position near the end of the day. And I've also been the lead for what we call the NORC SSP, or Supportive Service Program working group since 2019. So I want to sincerely thank Teresa Kavanaugh and Councillor Oubre for this report. We are so grateful for their leadership in recognizing the critical connection between health and housing, the importance of bringing supports to where adults already live, and for urging the federal and provincial governments to establish long-term sustainable funding for NORC programs. So I'd like to share with you the brief history of the Council's involvement in the NORC movement, our current initiatives, and our vision for the future. So number one, we are catalysts, promoters, and champions of NORC programs, especially the OASIS model developed by Queen's University. In 2019, we initiated discussions with Queen's to try and bring OASIS to Ottawa. And as you've heard, in 2022, Ambleside applied and became the first OASIS program here. 2 other sites have followed since that time. 2 of our Council of Aging volunteers sit on the OASIS Steering Committee and have since 2022. Thirdly, and a very important job was our partnering with the Ottawa Neighborhood Solutions in 2022 to produce what's called the Ottawa NORC Finder. And this is an interactive map that identifies the 170 NORCs that exist in Ottawa. These are apartments, condos, co-ops, and seniors housing. And this map will identify the address, the type of building, the number and percentage of older adults who live in that building. This tool helps us bring our smart aging programs and our emergency preparedness courses directly to these buildings on site, where the turnout has been absolutely exceptional. We believe that this map will be instrumental to those wanting to bring services, supports, health, and recreational and health services to these NORC buildings. So that's why we are in the process of adding 2 separate layers to this map. One layer will identify horizontal NORCs, that is NORCs that are in communities and they're not vertical. The second layer we will add is one that will identify local health services, community centers, and potential service providers near each NORC. Finally, we're planning a NORC forum in November of 2025, where we're hoping Queen's University will present their research findings, and we will gather together all the NORC leaders on the NORC landscape to come and present their insights. And we're hoping that some of you may attend this forum. So why is the council so vested in NORCs? Because the facts demand action. Ottawa's older population is growing, as you've heard, and by 2035, 1 in 4 people will be older than 65. 96% of them want to age at home and not in an institution. And according to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, 1 in 9 adults could have avoided institutional care if some support had been available at home. So the OASIS model developed by Queen's University is Canada's best example of a NORC program, but it depends on unstable year-to-year funding. That's why we support this report that calls for a sustainable national funding strategy. These programs, as you've heard, are proven to reduce social isolation and improve health outcomes. So in closing, the Council of Aging strongly supports and applauds this report. It offers a practical, cost-effective way to ensure more older adults receive the care and connection they need right where they live. We are incredibly proud of the Ambleside Oasis community. They're trailblazers. They've set up new programs. They're innovating all the time, and they're inspiring other NORCs to develop their own programs. So we invite you to partner with us and support this report. Come and see for yourself in your own wards the work that's happening in the NORCs within your communities. So I thank you again for your time and commitment to building an age-friendly Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you again. Jenny, you've waited a long time and I appreciate you hanging around. I see Bonnie's online too. Thank you,
Yeah.
Bonnie. Appreciate the perspective you have with the fact that you're showing the citywide potential.
Yeah.
And there's buildings and neighborhoods across the city. I also want to point out, and you know this, that Ottawa Community Housing has 22 older adult buildings, and
Yes.
we have Aging in Place, which is a similar
Yes.
program, and therefore we're offering this to lower income communities as well. So just so people know that.
Yes.
But no,
Good point.
appreciate the background work because that's essential, gathering that data, and you guys have done it. And I just wanted to thank you for that,
You're
and
welcome.
continued our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a question for you. Do you find that once one of these NORCs has been identified and publicized, that people want to move to it, that it's an attraction for other older adults?
It's not per se an attraction to live in a NORC, because that's just by definition a place where more than 30% of the people who live there are older than 65. What's attractive is if that building has a NORC program, which is what we are advocating for. So a program like Oasis, where you might have a coordinator or you might have a resident-run program, but generally they're not as long-term as if you have a coordinator, as Oasis offers. So yes, that's very attractive to people wanting to move into a building that has such a program. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience for being here. Bonnie, thank you for being online, Madame, and we appreciate you waiting it out. Our next delegation is Lynn Davidson Fournier from the Alta Vista Community Association.
I can start. Hello, Madam Chair, councillors, members of this committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak out about our community interest in NORCS. I am Lynn Davidson-Fournier, Chair of Senior Watch Alta Vista, also called SWAV, the Seniors Committee of Alta Vista Community Association. Created in November 2022, SWAV has a core goal, aging in place. So that's why we are here today. The motion by Councillors Kavanagh and Hubley truly resonates with SWAV's works and aspirations, and we express our full support for the motion and the related report presented today. We wish to express our appreciation to Councillors Kavanagh and Hubley, who collaborated in bringing this motion forward, thereby recognizing officially NORCS as part of the city's vision. In Alta Vista, Ward 18, seniors represent a significant portion, over 30% of the total population. I think we're second in numbers to Teresa's ward, to Mrs. Kavanagh's ward. So also Alta Vista has a fair proportion of francophones. Il y a un bon nombre d'aînés francophones qui vivent dans Alta Vista, environ 17%. Our community is already geographically recognized as a horizontal north because of that. Using the map produced, mentioned earlier, the map produced by the Council on Aging and the ONS. Most of us seniors in Alta Vista want to age in our homes as long as we can because we love our neighborhood, its people, its green space, and amenities. We are the baby boomers that never left. I've been in Alta Vista for 41 years. So anyway, it was an ideal spot to raise a family. Aging in place is for many seniors the new goal in the final chapter of their lives. SWAV is currently working to facilitate the establishment of a first horizontal NORC with Supportive Services Program, SSP, in Alta Vista. We are in the early stages of developing a horizontal NORC that will be formed, run, and directed by our community group members. SWAV members have done extensive research and identified 3 pillars that will be important for our successful NORC: healthcare, community services and support, including home care, and thirdly, recreational and educational services. By the way, Alta Vista would be a great place for a seniors health hub. We already have identified a perfect place, even 2. SWAV has reached out to our councillor, Marty Carr, who has given her support for our horizontal NORC and put us in contact with the city's manager of the seniors, the Heron Seniors Center. The city has excellent recreational and educational programs for seniors that could be enhanced to support a horizontal NORC. We have already reached out to various partners, including the Southeast Ottawa Community Health Center, Ontario Health at Home, Council on Aging of Ottawa, and various agencies, as well as the city's Recreational Services Department. On May 6th, we will hold an inaugural meeting to engage for older adults. We have the age cutoff is 60 years of age and older in the ward, to engage the community and identify the needs of our seniors who wish to remain in their homes for the long term. SWAV is convinced that with Ottawa's senior population growing rapidly, NORCS can help address the challenges of an aging population. Even the official plan supports aging in place as part of its strategic directions, and it seems that NORCS are in harmony with the new older adult plan soon to be released. From a cost-effective perspective, investing in NORCS may save money and be more affordable than expanding long-term care facilities. It can also reduce the number of hospitalizations. There are definite benefits for seniors, including reducing isolation, fostering independence, increasing community cohesion, enhancing a sense of community, accessing appropriate services, and promoting overall happiness. We are grateful to staff of Community and Social Services for their support of today's report, and we are hopeful that all members of this committee will support the motion and the report and vote in favor of facilitating aging in place throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you very much, Lynn. And thank you also, Maureen. Really appreciate you being here today. I'm sorry it was such a long day. I think the length of the meeting surprised us all, but I just wanted to say how much I appreciate all the work that you're doing and happy to support. I think there's a lot of opportunity within Alta Vista with potential at the Federal Study Center, with Kilbourne, we developed looking at some of the organizations that can work together and provide some community space. I know you've met with Michelle, it's Michelle from our CFS, and happy to continue to make those connections. I do intend to speak to Councillor Kavanaugh. She came to see me the other day after seeing our Rogers segment that we filmed in French, and she didn't know that I'd done that. So I didn't know she watched French TV either. So we found out a little bit about each other that day. So and she said, if you need any support, she's happy to support. So I'll have a follow-up discussion with both of you after this, but very supportive and thank you very much. And I'm actually going to leave to go to my 2:00 meeting. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hold it up. Mais c'est intéressant parce que la semaine passée, j'ai vu l'entrevue avec Concierge Carr on Rogers Cable. Donc, c'était, what? They're talking about Norks. That was cool. That was so cool. I was just flipping through the dial and I saw it. So that's great. And I appreciate it. And that's why I reached out to Marty right away. Thank you for your interest. You're the last delegate. It's been a long day. Thank you. I know we'll be working together and appreciate your interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. I will note that we are down to 7 members. We maintain 6 to have quorum, so no one else is allowed to leave. You're allowed to go. You're fine, Tim. Everybody else, you're stuck. You're not going anywhere. Just saying. Thank you so much for your delegation. It is so greatly appreciated. That was it for public delegations. And I would invite that if anyone has any questions for staff in regards to this, that they raise their hand now. No? No? Wonderful. So we're going to vote first on the amendment to, oh, sorry, Councillor King has a question to staff.
I don't have a question, just a comment. I really wanted to thank Councillor Kavanaugh for moving this initiative forward with Councillor Hubley as our council liaisons for older adults. This is a very important program. I also wanted to acknowledge all the work that's been done by community associations, the Council on Aging of Ottawa, the National Oasis Project in Queen's University. And I also wanted to thank Councillor Kavanaugh for acknowledging the Aging in Place program in OCH properties, which is just amazing. I see that as a microcosm of what's occurring in market properties. In terms of homemaking and meals, transportation, nursing and allied health visits, personal care, case management, crisis intervention. I've actually seen it on site in the OCH Thompson community and see it as really a model of how other NORCs can move forward. So I just wanted to thank everybody. I know it's a team effort. See a lot of people everybody, frankly, around this table who deals with a very active lobby, but a very important one, frankly, to ensure that a demographic which is fastly increasing in our city gets the investments that are necessary to ensure that everybody can age in dignity. So I just wanted to thank everybody for their effort on this good work.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. I did want to add my voice to the compliments to Councillor Kavanaugh and Councillor Hubley for leading the way on this. And you've done a wonderful job as liaison in regards to representing our older community. We're all going to get there one day, hopefully. And I do look forward to living in a NORC. because it's fun to say too. It's wonderful. So I think it's a great initiative, and I will ask for the motion to go up with the amendment. Okay, is this amended motion carried? Carried, wonderful. And I think that's it. I think we're good for that item. Thank you very much, everyone, for sticking it out as your delegations. All right, we'll move to item 8.1. That is status update, Community Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending April 4th, 2025. We don't have any presentation or speakers. Is this item received? Received. We don't have any in-camera items. We had 2 items on the IPD in response to questions, but I haven't had any requests to have them lifted. Seeing that no one wishes to have them lifted now, we'll just accept them. Does anyone have any notices of motion? No, seeing none. I will move to inquiries. We do have 3 inquiries. So 12.1, Councillor Troster, did you want to read your inquiry in?
Oh, I don't think, no, that's withdrawn now.
Okay.
Is it the inquiry on
Options for non-virtual?
non-virtual? Oh, wait, no, I do have that. I apologize. Thank you. Many senior residents in Ottawa have expressed concerns about the way that city-owned community center program information is dispersed and promoted to residents. Anecdotally, there was a wider range of methods for providing information to residents, such as through physical brochures, ongoing newsletters, and routine emails. Many of these options are no longer available. As most program information and registration now takes place on the City of Ottawa's website, some residents are finding it increasingly difficult to access registration and information about available programming in their communities. Could staff please provide the following information? What options are available for non-virtual program advertisement and registration? And 2, what can the city do to increase the non-virtual program advertisement and registration options offered to residents? Thank you. And there's another one, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. And I believe you have another inquiry?
I do. This is about shared use agreements impacting city and school venues. The city and various schools and school boards throughout the city hold shared use agreements. Can staff clarify, 1, how many of these agreements exist? 2, what kind of activities and spaces are restricted under shared use agreements? And 3, how can relevant groups access and understand these agreements, especially in a context where they may be users of a public part, but they're not signatories to an existing agreement? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. We have a final inquiry from Councillor Hill. He's not here, so I'll just quickly read it. Can staff please provide information on options for strategic partnerships with local faith communities to increase private childcare capacity options? Okay. Wonderful. So moving on, number 13, we don't have other business. And adjournment, our next meeting is Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. Is adjournment carried?
Carried.
Carried. Have a wonderful day, everyone.